following truth. Not what we've been told. Searching your word for what is written, what you spoke. Following truth, Jesus, lead us in your light. Following truth, every page comes alive tonight.
Hello and welcome to Following Truth. As always, I am your host, LJ. Now, it is that kind of time of year. It's Easter. It's a celebration, a Christian celebration of the death, burial, and resurrection of Jesus the Messiah. But when it comes to Easter, there are many questions about it, and there are many things that are claimed and asserted when it comes to this this particular celebration that many Christians actually partake in. Some of those claims are that it's not biblical, and then you get further claims that say that it's actually pagan, and that we really shouldn't be celebrating that at all. So what we're going to do is we're going to look into some of those claims about Easter, and also looking really into whether it is something that Christians can or should celebrate. So yeah, a lot of the claims are against this come from kind of groups such as the Hebrew Israelites are one of those that would say that Easter is pagan. But there are many other people that do believe or do claim that Easter is a pagan festival and that it's nowhere found in the Bible. Now, one of the things that I focused on a lot, and I'm not going to, in this particular study, I'm not really going to go into too much, is the day of Jesus's death. The Friday to Sunday is the traditional understanding that he died on Good Friday today. If it's still Good Friday for you, or if it hasn't arrived yet, I'm not sure. Depending on your time zone, I suppose. It is what we would call, or what is called, Good Friday here at the moment. I'm in the UK, so it is Good Friday. So it is claimed that obviously this is the day that Jesus died and that he resurrected on the Sunday. I'm not going to delve too much into the day of Jesus's death. I don't personally believe that it was a Friday, but that's it, kind of irrelevant to actually whether we can or should be celebrating Easter. Now, I'm just going to stop and say hello to those in the chat. Thank you very much for being here. It is much appreciated. I'm not sure how long I'm going to study. Like, it's not going to be a huge, deep study. This I don't think that the necessity is there to actually do a massive study into this. I'm going to present a little bit of information, and then I will probably open it up. So if anybody would like to come up and discuss, I'll open it up. I don't want this to just be me teaching, because I don't think that there really is a huge amount to actually teach. I would like, if I've got time, to delve into the word Easter in the King James Bible, because a lot of people claim that is an error in the King James, and actually it's an attack usually against the King James Bible of why there is the word Easter there. So I'd like to, I probably will go into that as well and show why I don't feel like that word there in the King James Bible, Easter, is actually an incorrect word. And actually how the King James Bible translators actually tried to utilize that word to apply to something. So, but we'll come into that in a moment. We won't delve too much into that right this moment. But what I really wanted to look at is the claims that it is a pagan festival. Now, the first thing that so I'm going to bring up my slides actually. So let me put myself just down here. So we're going to look today at this claim about Easter being pagan. Is it something that we should be following? Is it something that Christians should not be engaging in, and that is completely a pagan festival that the Christians have incorporated, basically. Now, a lot of the accusations against this will be against the Catholic Church, which is no surprise why groups like the Hebrew Israelites would go against it. So, because they kind of really go against anything that is Catholic. So, we're going to look. One thing that we should know is that in the Bible, and it is really important to acknowledge this right from the off, there is no command in the New Testament to keep this Easter holiday, to celebrate the death, burial, and resurrection of Jesus Christ. There's no actual command that talks about Easter. There's nobody that is actually, you can see within the New Testament, that is celebrating Easter as like a holiday within the Christian sect, or those that are following Jesus. So what we should know is that this thing that we call Easter, the Friday to the Sunday, I suppose sometimes it goes into Monday, but certainly the Friday and the Sunday, that Easter period, is not something that you're going to find in the Bible, and it's not something that you're going to find the apostles, disciples, or anyone really following Jesus in the New Testament really following. But does that mean that we cannot celebrate Easter? Does it mean that we shouldn't be celebrating the day of the resurrection of our Lord? Now, I don't think that there is anything wrong with celebrating Easter. I'm okay if somebody doesn't want to celebrate Easter because they say that it's not a Christian celebration. But what I do have an issue with is when they start to claim beyond that and say, actually, it's a pagan festival. So we're going to really look at that claim that it's pagan, and that we shouldn't be celebrating Easter because it's got nothing to do with Jesus. The fact is that when we are celebrating Easter, when a Christian celebrates Easter, they are not celebrating a pagan festival, even if there was such a thing as a pagan festival at the time, or but what we are celebrating, what Christians celebrate, is the death, burial, and resurrection of Jesus Christ. So even if there was a pagan festival around this time, that's not what Christians are celebrating. They are literally proclaiming Jesus Christ as risen on Easter Sunday. So I don't think that there is any issue with celebrating Easter, even though there's no command to do so. And we're going to look at that claim regarding the paganism of it in a moment. So I'm going to try and get through this as quick as possible, and then I'm going to open it up. Yes, Baz, I will open this up for discussion. I just want to present a little bit, and then I'm going to open this up for a discussion. So the first thing that what we really need to acknowledge is that, and I'll come back to Constantine in a second, but the first thing that we need to acknowledge is that even though it is not a command within the New Testament. Early Christians certainly were keeping the Sunday as a celebration to Jesus's resurrection. Now we see this back in Ignatius' writings, now very early in the early 2nd century. And I'll just read quickly on the day of preparation. Then at the 3rd hour, he received the sentence from Pilate. The Father permitting that to happen, at the 6th hour he was crucified. At the 9th hour he gave up the ghost, and before sunset he was buried. During the Sabbath he continued under the earth in the tomb in which Joseph of Arimathea had laid him. At the dawning of the Lord's day he arose from the dead, according to what was spoken by himself. All right. So and at the bottom there it says, the Sabbath embraces the burial, the Lord's day contains the resurrection. So there we see that Ignatius is talking about the Lord's day, which the Lord's day, Jesus rose on the Sunday. The Lord's day is Jesus's day. It is that resurrection. Now, when we go into the Epistle of Barnabas, which is an early 1st century or 2nd century writing, so it's very, very early. Further, he says to them, your new moons and your Sabbath I cannot endure. Ye perceive how he speaks. Your present Sabbath are not acceptable to me, but that is which I have made, namely this, when giving rest to all things, I shall make a beginning of the 8th day, that is the beginning of another world. This is a really important text, actually, on other parts. If you listen to the language there about the beginning of the new world, but we'll keep away. I'm not going to delve into that right this moment. Wherefore also we keep the 8th day with joyfulness, the day also on which Jesus rose again from the dead. Now the 8th day would be Sunday would be the first day of the week, because the Jews classified Sunday as the first day. Then they would go through, and Saturday would be the Sabbath, the 7th day. The 8th day, although it goes back to the first, what he's referring to is the 8th day, the next day after the 7th, which would be the Sunday again, which is the resurrection. Okay. And then if we go into people like Justin Martyr, but Sunday is the day on which we all hold our common assembly, because it is the first day on which God, having wrought a change in the darkness of matter, made the world. And Jesus Christ, our Savior, on the same day rose from the dead. He was crucified on the day before that of Saturday. So he argues that it was a Friday, but he rose on the Sunday, and that they are keeping the Sunday as the Lord's day, as the resurrection of Jesus. So what we do know is that Christians were keeping that first day, or the first day, which was the Sunday, the 8th day, technically after the Sabbath. They are keeping this as the day of their remembrance of Jesus. So it kind of goes away from it goes away from the Jewish Sabbath. LJ, that is like the musical scale with the 8th note, which is actually the first note. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what is happening there. So it goes, the 8th day becomes, or the first day becomes the 8th day, just in that context to show that that's what they're doing. They're celebrating that day after the Sabbath day, so on that resurrection. So what we do know is that Christians were doing this. Now there is a claim that the Sabbath was changed. I know this is slightly different, but we're talking about the Sunday of the resurrection, and it kind of is linked. But there is a claim that that it was Constantine that actually changed this. Now, what we can see is that very early on, the Christians were keeping that Sabbath day. Now, Constantine did not change the Sabbath. What actually he just introduced that the Sabbath would be a day of rest. It wasn't a command under Christianity or a change of the Sabbath. So this wasn't something that Constantine actually changed the Sabbath into a Christian Sabbath, and Christians were already keeping that Sunday as the day of Jesus anyway. But so certainly the Easter is not something that is mentioned in the Bible as something that Christians were keeping after the death, burial, and resurrection of Jesus. They were meeting daily, and we do see that on occasions. We do see that Lord's Day mentioned, and the first day of the week mentioned in Scripture. And I won't worry too much about that because I'm not really concentrating too much on that change of the Sabbath. I just wanted to show that Christians were already keeping Sunday long before Constantine and the Council of Nicaea. Now, one thing that the Council of Nicaea did do, and this is a historical fact, is that they did set the day of Easter. Now, they separated this from the Jewish Passover, and they set the date for Easter, and that's why you'll see that the day actually changes within the Christian calendar, or the calendar that we have today. That Easter kind of changes. So they did separate it from the Jewish festival of Passover, but and the Council of Nicaea most certainly did set the date for the celebration of Easter, but they didn't institute Easter. Christians were already celebrating Easter prior to it actually becoming a set day. But there were different, and we'll look into that in a moment. There were different dates when the Christians were celebrating it. Some of them were keeping it around like the Passover, Jewish Passover, but the Catholic Church separated that. So we do know that was definitely something that happened at the Council of Nicaea in 325, it was determined that Easter would fall on the first Sunday after the full moon, and that occurred after the spring equinox. So again, not too much I'm going to concentrate on that, because I don't think we need to worry too much about it. I'm more interested in whether the claims that it is pagan are true. Can we keep even though it's not in Scripture, can we actually keep our Passover, as Paul calls it, our Passover? Is it something that we can keep, or is it just purely a pagan festival? Now, that's the claim that some people make. I don't hold to that, and I really do feel like if you want to celebrate Easter, there's absolutely nothing wrong with it. And celebrating the day that Jesus, our Lord, rose from the dead, I don't think that there can be anything pagan in that. It's certainly, if we are acknowledging that is what we are doing, we are celebrating the resurrection of our Lord Jesus Christ. Even if there was a pagan festival at that time, that isn't what is being celebrated here. Jesus did die. He was buried, and he did rise. So that for a Christian is kind of fundamental to Christianity. So I don't see any reason why we shouldn't be allowed to kind of celebrate the resurrection of our Lord. Now, there is a claim that it has to do with a pagan goddess, and so let me just bring this up on a full screen rather than looking at me. So there is a claim that this was this is all to do with the paganism, bunnies and Easter eggs and stuff like that. Now, yes, okay, we know that bunnies and chicks and Easter eggs have got really nothing to do with Christ, but the claim regarding these is very different than kind of the reality of why they have been introduced as kind of symbols within Christianity and Easter. The claim being that the tradition of like the painting of the eggs goes back to Babylon and the goddess Ishtar. And it was said that the priests of Ishtar would hold a sunrise service to the goddess on the first Sunday after the spring equinox, where they would impregnate virgins on the altar. And also during the service, the children produced from the previous year's service, where they would obviously impregnate these virgins on the altar, they 9 months would go by and they would produce offspring, and then they would then sacrifice these children, probably I suppose around about like 3-4 months of age. They would sacrifice them upon the altar, and they would dip the blood of these children in eggs, and then they would, like, in the blood of the sacrificed children, and that this becomes like, this is why the pagan festival, this is why Christians have eggs within their belief in Easter, and that why they utilize them. And so this was a claim that was made in a book by Alexander Hislop around 1851, I think it was the date of this. And now he claimed that such is the history of Easter. The popular observances that still attend the period of its celebration amply confirm the testimony of history as to its Babylonian character. The hot cross buns of Good Friday and the dyed eggs of Pasht or Easter Sunday figured in the Chaldean rites just as they do now. And he went on to actually claim the origin of the Pasht eggs is just as clear. The ancient Druids bore an egg as the sacred emblem of their order. In the Dionysiaca, or mysteries of Bacchus, as celebrated in Athens, one part of the nocturnal ceremony constituted in the consecration of an egg. The Hindu fables celebrate their mundane egg as a golden color. The people of Japan make their sacred egg to have been brazen. In China, at this hour, dyed or painted eggs are used on sacred festivals. Even as in this country, in ancient times, eggs were used in the religious rites of the Egyptians and the Greeks, and were hung up for mystic purposes in their temples. From Egypt, these sacred eggs can be distinctly traced to the banks of the Euphrates. The classic poets are full of the fables of the mystic egg of the Babylonians, and thus its tale is told by Hyginus, the Egyptian, the learned keeper of the Palatine Library at Rome. In the time of Augustus, who was skilled in all the wisdom of the native country, an egg of wondrous size is said to have fallen from heaven unto the river Euphrates. The fish is rolled it to the bank, where the doves, having settled upon it and hatched it, came Venus, who afterwards was called the Syrian goddess, that is Astarte. Hence the egg became one of the symbols of Astarte, or Easter. And accordingly in Cyprus, one of the chosen seats of the worship of Venus, or Astarte, the egg of wondrous size was represented on a grand scale. And that's from the two Babylons. Now, I want to get to the council. So we know that the egg is kind of being claimed that it was kind of pagan. It all comes from the 1800s, 1850, with this Alexander Hislop. While the claim regarding Ishtar's priests, it sounds horrifying and very plausible that these pagans would have done these type of things. And we know that child sacrifice most certainly did go on. There is no historical evidence of the priests engaging in this act of anywhere. Not one single mention in the whole of the writings of antiquity by anyone, right? Even Alexander Hislop didn't claim that evil act. He claimed about the eggs, but the claim regarding the sacrifice of at the temple, at the altar, there's no historical evidence for this at all. We just don't have these claims. Now, the Council of Trullo, stated that they advised people from eating eggs and cheese during Lent. Right, this was in 692 AD. So they stopped people. They said don't eat the eggs or cheese during Lent, as they were the produce of animals that were abstained from. And so they said, it seems good, therefore, that the whole church of God, which is in all the world, should follow one rule and keep the fast perfectly. And as they abstain from everything which is killed, so also should they from eggs and cheese, which are the fruits and produce of the animals which we abstain from. Now, Thomas Aquinas stated that eggs and milk are forbidden to those who fast, for as much as they originate from animals that provide us with flesh. Again, the Lenten fast is the most solemn of all, both because it is kept in imitation of Christ and because it disposes us to celebrate devoutly the mysteries of the redemption. For this reason, the eating of flesh meat is forbidden in every fast, while the Lenten fast lays a general prohibition even on eggs and milk. Now, what happens is that really, basically, so they stop during Lent to these eggs. So what happened was that after this, once this started to take effect, at the end, people were keeping their own chickens, and so they had eggs. And at the end of, so what would happen, although the claims of the eggs being painted with blood is not true. What certainly was happening was that people started to paint the eggs that they weren't able to eat. They would give them to the children, and they would just start painting the eggs. And this just becomes kind of a traditional thing to do around the time. So it wasn't that they were doing it as a pagan thing. It was just because they had these eggs laying about, and the children utilized them to paint, and it just becomes a tradition. And then at the end of the Lent, there are eggs, and so there's like a store up of eggs, and they've got to kind of get rid of the eggs in order to because they're going to go off. So they make pancakes with them, and they start utilizing the eggs as a way to actually just use up the eggs. So it just becomes part of a tradition. It's got really nothing to do with Easter, but it has got nothing to do with a pagan festival either. That claim regarding the painting of the eggs in blood, there's just no historical evidence for anybody actually doing that. So it is just a pure claim. In order to kind of disprove, somebody's made this up in order to disprove or to try to put an argument against Christians keeping Easter and why they would be using eggs, because it makes no sense. Well, if we understand kind of why the historical forbidding of having eggs during this time, it makes absolutely perfect sense that at the end you would use the eggs. Now, modern day Christianity has kind of incorporated that, and then we get this influx of commercialism. So we start, because Christians are already, painting eggs and doing this type of thing, it becomes kind of, this is a way that we can make money. We can use that egg in a way to kind of make money. We make it in a chocolate egg. People like chocolate, so we'll just make it a chocolate egg and sell it. That's to do with people wanting to make money. It's got nothing to do with any pagan festival. And then you've got the bunnies. Well, yeah, okay. The bunnies have got nothing to do with it, but it's spring. That's the kind of reference. It's a springtime kind of a festival, and so what's around there? Bunnies producing, and so it just gets incorporated. It's got nothing to do with Christianity at all. It's got nothing to do with Jesus. It's got nothing to do with paganism. It's just something that has become a tradition. Whether people engage in it or not, I don't really see any harm in it. It's just got nothing to do with Christianity. But it certainly hasn't got anything to do with those claims that this is paganism. So Alexander Hislop claimed that. So I really want to. What do I want to delve into? I want to delve into. Let's go into Alexander Hislop a moment. I'm going to keep this under an hour. I will keep it under an hour, and then I will invite people up. Hislop claimed that Easter. Look at Easter. What means the term Easter itself? It is not a Christian name. It bears the Chaldean origin on its very forehead. Easter is nothing more than Astarte, or Ishtar, as some would claim, one of the titles of Beltis, the Queen of Heaven, whose name, as pronounced by the people of Nineveh, was evidently identical with that now in common use in this country. That name, as found by Ladard on the Assyrian monuments, is Ishtar. So this is a claim by Alexander Hislop that 1850s, nobody prior to this had made this claim. This is Alexander Hislop in the 1850s making this claim. The problem is that he's been disproven, that the work that Alexander Hislop did has been disproven. Now, if you notice this here, on the Assyrian monuments is Ishtar, right? This is because he didn't know what we kind of know now. Things have progressed from these monuments that have been deciphered now. And Professor Bruce says, we now know that the original language of the Babylonian religion, far from being what Hislop and his contemporaries called Chaldee, which was really Aramaic, was not a Semitic language at all, not even the Semitic tongue now called Akkadian, but it was Sumerian, a language with no certain affinity to any other known language. Sumerian, not Chaldee, was the language of the primeval Babylon. Hence, Hislop's etymology inventiveness was traced to Chaldee roots is irrelevant in establishing linguistics links to Nimrod's Babylon and Assyria. They are pseudoscience, not science. Hislop's argument stands in need of radical revision. Dr. Bruce concludes, it comes as no surprise then that modern Assyriology does not cite Hyslop's two Babylons. It is a discredited source. The information about Ishtar and Easter, Ashtar, has been disproven. It is no longer held as a source that has any kind of bearing on reality. It's gone. Hyslop's work is being shown to be false time and time again. Now, another false statement that the name Easter, that it comes from a Germanic goddess, Aestra or Ostara, and that comes from the writings of an 8th century monk called Bede or Bede. Bede states that during Easter Manub, I don't speak German, so I will butcher that, pagan Anglo-Saxons had feasts in Easter's honor, but that this tradition had died out by his time, replaced by the Christian celebration of the resurrection of Jesus. The problem with this, though, is that Bede is the only source of such a goddess ever existing. So where he got his information from, we don't know, because there is no other historical evidence prior to Bede or beyond Bede that actually cites this goddess. He is the origin of this claim. So we cannot verify that there is a Norse god. There's by this name. There's no writings in the Norse writings. She just doesn't exist outside of that 8th century writing by Bede. Osten is actually just the German word for east. Easter derives its name from the Germanic Eastern Monub, which was the equivalent of April. Easter or Ostara simply means east, or the month of the rising sun from the east. That's what the Germanic name means. So Lent, there is no scriptural basis for Lent, but I don't see any problems with that. There are a number of different claims made as to where this 40-day fast comes from. The Catholic Church says that it was the 40 days represented by, or it represents the 40 days of Jesus in the wilderness. But there is a claim that it comes from Tammuz, the weeping 40-day period of Tammuz, which we can find in Ezekiel 8:14. And I'll just read that. Then he brought me to the door of the gate of the Lord's house, which westward the north, and behold, there sat women weeping for Tammuz. There is no link there between Tammuz, because there's nothing to do with about 40-day weeping of Tammuz. Again, that all comes from Alexander Hislop, and I've done studies into the Nimrod, Semiramis, and Tammuz elsewhere, so I'm not going to bother dealing with that too much. So really, this I've actually just dealt with. Easter, it comes from there. Do I want to read that? Do I need to? Yeah, no, I won't. I'll come back to that in a moment. So really, what I just wanted to show is that there is no factual basis on this claim regarding Easter being a pagan festival or a pagan name. It doesn't come from that. And I'm gonna delve quickly, because I'd like to just address the name or the word Easter in the King James Bible, and then, like I say, I will open this up. So I'll probably spend another 10 minutes just going through that word Easter and kind of really shown, as we've already kind of seen this Germanic name, where it comes from. I just really want to show this. So like I say, it is a claim against the King James Bible, that Easter is the wrong word that to be using in there, because it should be Passover. And if you have a look at the King James Bible, let me remove this. Let me see if I can just present, share my screen. And I want to just share this. So hopefully you can see that. Let me put that up. And what you'll see there, if I can just make this, what do I want? Zoom. Just make it a little bit bigger so that you can see. So if you see here, the NIV in Acts 12:4 has Passover. They have Passover ESV. The King James Bible is the only Bible outside of there is one other Bible. The Mace New Testament has Easter as well. But the King James Bible is basically really the only Bible that utilizes this word Easter in Acts 12:4. All of the rest of them have the word Passover in the verse. So it is claimed that it's wrong, that it shouldn't be Easter in this word Bible. Now the word here, as I'll show, is Pesach in the Greek. Passover is Pascha. Okay, the Pascha. Okay, and the King James Bible does translate it in every other time as Passover. So it's not like the King James Bible translators didn't know what the word meant. The word occurs 29 times in the New Testament, and it is translated 28 times as Passover in the King James. It's 29 times in other versions, but in the King James, it's translated as Passover 28 times. So the King James Bible translators certainly knew what this Greek word meant. Otherwise, they wouldn't have translated it 28 times as Passover. But they do translate it just this once as Easter. And what I think that people do miss and the claim is that the King James Bible translators did not know what this meant. They also, the vast majority of them spoke Hebrew as a kind of a second language. They were fluent in Hebrew. So to say that they didn't know what this meant would be to ignore the other 28 times that they actually that they utilized this. Now, the King James Bible was not the first Bible in English to use the word Easter. The Tyndale Bible, the Great Bible, the Matthew's Bible, the Geneva Bible, the Bishop's Bible, they all used the word Easter in their translations. And in fact, actually, what you will see is that they utilized the word Easter far more than what the King James Bible did. They all used it because they were they were using it for a totally different reason. So what we need to do is give a slight explanation of this word Easter, really. And we need to look at that Greek word itself and its meaning. Now, the Greek word, all right, comes from the Hebrew word Pascha. The Pascha was unique to Israel. There was no such word in the Greek language for the Jewish Pascha. because it was Jewish. No other nation was keeping the Pascha. This was a pure Jewish thing. So when we get the Greek using this has to be it is a transliterated word from the Hebrew. They are producing this word, transliterating it, creating this word in the New Testament, because it's not there. It's not a word that the Greeks have, because they don't keep it. So they create this Greek word, and then this was then transliterated when it was translated into Latin, and that was translated into the Latin language that also had no word for the Pascha, for the Jewish Pascha. So they just transliterated it, and it becomes the Latin word Pasch. And when Wycliffe translated the Bible into English from the Latin Vulgate in 1382, he translated the Pasch into an English word, which again, there was no English word, and he translated it as the word Pasch, P-A-S-K, or sometimes he translated it as P-A-S-K-E in the English. So this is how we get this lineage of the English word Pasch into the English Bible, into the English language. It comes from the Hebrew. It is transliterated into the Greek. It is then transliterated into the Latin, and from the Latin, it becomes an English word, Pasch, or Pasche, with the E on the end. Now, I'm just going to show you. Let me remove this again. And I'm going to, this time, I'm going to just show you in the Textus Receptus Bibles. I'm going to, hopefully I can, I want to remove that. I want to present, share screen, and the Textus Receptus Bibles. And hopefully you can all see this. The Wycliffe Bible here. So the Wycliffe Bible was translated by John Wycliffe, 1382. And if we go to the book of Acts, what you'll see is that this is old English, but in Acts 12:4, what you'll see is this English word Pasch. Now this is after Pasch, after the Jewish Pasch, okay? Or so this is what we're getting the into English here, Pasch. Passover is what kind of we understand. Modern English has rendered it now. But Passover, there was no word Passover at that time. This is a creation of John Wycliffe into the English language, the word Pasch into the English language, because there is nothing for us to, for that time, for English to use. So he just transliterates the Latin. Now, what then happens is that after the death, burial, and resurrection of Jesus, as we saw, Christians of certainly of the second century, they started to celebrate the resurrection of Jesus in the second century. Certainly, it could have been earlier than that, but certainly in the second century, as the resurrection, they were celebrating this time, but they were celebrating at the Passover, at the Jewish Pasch, because that is when Jesus died, buried, and was resurrected. So that time, like I said, at the beginning. That changes only at the Council of Nicaea. They separate that, but there were Christians celebrating it at the exact same time as the Jewish Passover. So what then happens is that when Tyndale starts to translate the Bible, he is faced with this Passover. Okay, I just want, so I want to make note that if you go into many languages today, really English is the only one. English and German is really the only languages in modern languages that separate Easter and Passover. We have two different words for it, Passover and Easter. And if you go to modern languages, what you'll see is that they actually just have the same word. They call it by the same word. So it becomes a bit complicated because of the words are they're the same word. But in English, we started to, the Germans started, it's really Old Saxon. They started to use the word Easter, or as we would call it, Easter, to refer to that Christian celebration and separating it from the Jewish festival of the Passover. So what we see is that they were kind of, at a time, Easter and Passover were interchangeable. In the Old Saxon Bibles, translated into English somewhere between the 10th and the 12th centuries, we find that the Old Saxon English, they used the word Eastro instead of Pasch or Pasch. And actually, I can show you this in the Wessex Bibles. The old Wessex Gospels, 1175. Let me go to Acts. Oh, no. Where was it? Matthew 20. So, sorry. They don't have Acts. It's only in the Gospels. It's Matthew 26:2. This is where I need to go. Matthew 26:2. So, if you notice here, they have this word Easter in Matthew 26:2. So all the way back in 1175, we see this word being used in kind of a modern in an Anglo-Saxon utilization. And the Eastro, as I said, it comes from the German word Easter or Esther and Stechen. And Esther means first and Stechen means to stand. These words were derived from Old Germanic word Auferstechen, which means to resurrect. So the Old Saxon English word Eastro was a reference to the resurrection. That's what it was utilized as. It became a word that referred to the resurrection, and they would use this word as a reference to the celebration and separating it from the Jewish Pasch. And do I want to show? Yeah, I could show you Luke 1:78. I won't. I don't need to do that. Anyway, in 1522, so it is complicated, I understand. In 1522, Martin Luther translated the Bible into German and used the words Oster, which comes from the word Ost, which means east, the rising of the sun, the resurrection. So this was just a word that was kind of east, resurrection. That's what is being referred to when this word. Now, when Tyndale translated the New Testament, he used Esther or Easter 14 times, Esther Lamb 11 times, Esther Fest once, and Paschal Lamb 3 times. Tyndale also translated the first 5 books of the Old Testament as well. So this is what he did in the New Testament. But when it came to the Hebrew word Pesach, he did not think that Esther which he was using in the New Testament, was a word that he could use back in the Old Testament. And he was the one that coined the term Passover. He put it in 2 separate words, pass and over. But this is the origination of the English word Passover. Tyndale produces this word. And so he is separating the Jewish Passover, the celebration, and the New Testament usage of that, where he uses a different word, Esther, Easter, in the New Testament. So he just saw that there was a distinction between them, and he couldn't use that Easter word that he was using in the New Testament back in the Old Testament. So he coins the term Passover. The translations that then followed Tyndale, as we saw the Coverdale, the Matthew's Bible, the Great Bible, they also used Easter and Passover, but they used it synonymously. They just used Easter and Passover. It didn't really make any difference to them. Sometimes they would use Easter and sometimes they would use Passover. And sometimes Easter was used to literally refer to the Jewish Passover. In the Great Bible, they use Passover 14 times and Easter 15 times. And actually, they used Easter in Acts 12:4, which is where the King James Bible has Easter. And in the Geneva Bible, they had Passover 28 times, and they had Acts 12:4. They had the word Easter. So it isn't a King James Bible only thing. The Geneva Bible had Easter. The Great Bible had Easter in Acts 12:4 as well. But that was then changed in 1560 in the edition of, and they changed that to Passover in the Geneva Bible in the 1560 edition. Coverdale Bible has Easter in Acts 12:4. The Matthew's Bible has Easter in 12:4. The Bishop's Bible has Easter in 12:4, in Acts 12:4. The Bishop's Bible also reads Easter in John 11:55 as well. So it certainly wasn't a King James thing. So what we really need to do is ask why the King James Bible used Easter in Acts 12:4. Now, the reason why the King James Bible kept Easter, sorry, Dennis, I didn't see that. Yeah, so in German, it is English and Germanic language really that is using this the separation, the distinction between Passover and Easter. Now, the reason why the King James Bible uses the word Easter here is because this is the only time in the New Testament where it is in reference to a time after the death, burial, and resurrection of Jesus. All the other times, it is in reference to prior to the death, burial, and resurrection. There are 2 other times where Paul refers to it, but he is clearly referring to a time prior to the death, burial, and resurrection of Jesus, such as 1 Corinthians 5:7, where he says, "For even Christ, our Passover, is sacrificed for us." He is referring to the sacrifice of what the Passover was, and Jesus is that for us. So he's not referring to the death, burial, and resurrection of Jesus and any kind of time after that. So that's why they don't translate it as Easter here. Acts 12:4 is the only time where it is in reference to a time frame after the death, burial, and resurrection of Jesus. And so they are utilizing this word Easter to show that they are not referring to the Jewish Passover anymore in this particular verse. Although it is the time frame of the Jewish Passover, they're showing that now followers of Jesus are not doing that, referring back to that Passover anymore. And so they keep that word in there. Let me just show. The Jews were celebrating their Passover, but the Christians, or the followers of Christ, were not. They were celebrating their own festival, which we now has become Easter. So, okay, they weren't celebrating Easter. They were celebrating the resurrection of Jesus, the sacrifice of Jesus, our Passover. But the reason why they keep that word Easter is to distinguish between what the Jews' Passover and the Christians' Easter, which is what we now follow. So they use that word in Acts 12:4 to show the distinction of that time frame. And so while Easter wouldn't have been a known festival back then, the festival that they would have been celebrating, which is kind of or they would have been acknowledging the resurrection of Jesus, the Passover at that time. It is later called Easter, and so they use this word to show us this in the New Testament. So it's and what we know is that word Easter has derived from Passover in a long chain of transliterations and usages, from all the way from the Hebrew to the Greek to the Latin to the Old English to Germanic language back into English. So it has a long line of transliteration and change, but it is not in reference to a pagan goddess called Ishtar. It just comes really from east, from the rising of the sun, from the resurrection. This is what it means. And so Easter has derived its name into English from a long way to just refer to the resurrection, because that's what it means. It has nothing to do with the pagan with any pagan festival. It has nothing to do with Ishtar. These are claims, but they have no historical background. We have a line. We know the historical evidence of this. It's complicated. It's not an easy follow, and I apologize that it's kind of difficult to follow, and I know that. My writings are available on my website, and I'll post a link to my website in a moment. But you can follow all of this along. What we do know is that there is no historical evidence for any kind of sacrificing of children to a goddess Ishtar. There is no goddess Esther or the Norse god. There is no historical evidence for this. This is Bede. There's been a lot of information has been disproven that Alexander Hislop claimed, which is false. And I apologize for it. It's I kind of understand it, and it's very difficult for me to kind of make it flow in a way that that really, in a stream, trying to show slides of how it works. I hope I've given a good explanation. Like I say, all my writings are available on my website, so you can go and have a look at that in probably more detail than I've tried to rush through, because I was aware of the time as well. I didn't want to go past an hour, and so I'm going to finish there. There is more information. There's other things that we could that we can show, but fundamentally there is nothing wrong with Christians celebrating Easter. Whether you want to call it Easter, whether you want to call it our Passover, whether you want to call it the resurrection, there is nothing pagan about celebrating the resurrection of our Lord. There's nothing intrinsically wrong with not doing so, in the sense that there is no command in the Bible to do so. But I think acknowledging that Jesus rose on the Passover. Now, for me, I wouldn't follow it in the. I'm not bothered about, following this tradition that we now follow of Easter at the time that the Catholic Church has introduced, because that's one thing that we do know, is that the timing of Easter today is from the Council of Nicaea. We know that is a historical fact, but I would say personally there isn't anything wrong with doing so. I would lean more to say, well, don't follow the Jewish Passover or celebrate the Jewish Passover because Jesus is our Passover. I would say do it at the same time as the Passover, because that is the time that Jesus would have died, been buried, and resurrected. It would have been over the time of the the Jewish Passover. So I would say, really, for me, no issues with doing so. Probably do it more around the time of the actual Passover, because it seems that would align more with where the historical Jesus would have died and resurrected. But it is not pagan. There's nothing eggs and bunnies are nothing to do with it, but they're nothing to do with this pagan festival either. There's no historical records for this. You see, this is the imagination of a man, of people that have created it, and all of these Ishtar and stuff like that. That's the imagination of Alexander Hislop, so which has been disproven. So don't worry about that. Now I will post the link, so if anybody would like to come up, they are more than welcome. We are going to keep it on topic. That's the only thing that I will say. If you want to talk about Easter, the Passover, the word Easter in the King James Bible, whether it should be there or not, I don't see any issues with it. You're more than welcome. We are going to stay on topic. I'm not going to go off into any other real topic. So may I ask about your views on the length of the Christian Passover? The Jewish was 7 days. Does it refer to the time from Thursday to Sunday only? For me, so the Passover really was only 1 day, or two, overnight. The Passover, the 14th of Nisan, and then it kind of has to be eaten fully by the morning. So the Passover is killed, and then on the 14th, and then at sunset, they start to eat, and it has to be consumed by the morning. Then you get like it's part of Passover. It isn't Passover. You get that Feast of Unleavened Bread, which is 7 days. So for me, I don't think Christians have to follow that anymore. I don't think that Christians need to worry about following those 8 days and keeping that Feast of Unleavened Bread. If you want to, I don't see any problem with keeping a Feast of Unleavened Bread. For me, I think that it is the day that Jesus died to the day that Jesus resurrected would be that kind of celebration for a Christian around that time. I don't see any problems with it. There's no issues with doing longer. Or I think for me the Christian Passover would be the day that Jesus died, and then really going on to, because we have that resurrection where the Passover doesn't have, the Jewish Passover doesn't have a resurrection. We do. Christians do have a resurrection. So I would just hold on to that. For me, it would go from the Sunday to the Thursday from the Thursday to the Sunday. Yeah, for me. Hey, Clayt.
Hey, how are you, man?
Oh, you sound a bit quiet. Why do you sound?
Do I still sound quiet?
No, you don't. That was my volume, which was quite quiet.
So what you're saying is my audio got a resurrection, huh?
Yeah, it did. It got the resurrection after I realized that it was dead, and I rose it from the dead.
There you go.
On my end. So yeah. Okay, so Dennis, thank you very much for being here. I do appreciate. I know that you come here regularly, and I appreciate Mike. Thank you very much for being here and saying that maybe you have a better understanding. You did ask me a question, Mike, regarding an email. If you go to my website, my email, you can send me an email directly from my website, my email, or if you want to come up, I'll give you I'll put. You don't even have to come up onto the live. You could just come up, and I won't bring you up if you don't want to, and I'll just put in the chat a link to my email, so you can have it if you want.
You can hang out backstage if you don't know that.
Yeah,
there's a backstage that isn't necessarily. You don't come up on the panel unless you're brought up. But if you don't want to come up here, you don't have to.
Yeah, I won't bring you up if you don't want to, but you can come in the backstage, and then you have access to kind of the back end of this, and I can just send you my email through there as well. But I appreciate everybody that's been here and listened in. I know this one was a bit complicated, but Baz and Clayt are, as I've spoken about on my lives prior, that I go to another channel quite regularly. Freddie's channel, he's been up here. Clayt and Baz are two of those that frequent that as well. So we all have chats, and we all know each other. So I appreciate them being here.
LJ.
Yes,
I did want to address his other question that he didn't necessarily ask, but I know he had it.
Who?
Well, whoever it is, it doesn't matter. Whoever wants to know about the like button, all you guys have to do is just go over there, simply find the thumbs up, give it a click or a tap, and that'll be a like on the video, which would be greatly appreciated. We know that everybody wants to do that for LJ here. And if you're not subscribed, guys, click the subscribe button and click the notification bell, all right? Certainly appreciate that. Oh, and I will say, if you happen to be new here and you're not familiar with LJ, but hey, I mean, how could that possibly be? But just in case you're that person, LJ does have a whole bunch of videos on his channel here. So if you go into the actual profile and click on the videos tab, he's got a whole bunch of content there, including a lot of songs that he's put out. If you would be so inclined to want to go listen to those, and I would definitely recommend that you do. Okay. And with that, man, I will yield to you there. And thank you all. I would say that. Thank you all.
Yeah. And I appreciate that. I will be playing a song out that I obviously created, but we won't be ending anytime soon. Hopefully, we'll continue on the conversation. I'll stay. I don't have any rush tonight to kind of leave. Baz, thank you for being here.
No problem. I want to try and keep on the topic, but I keep thinking about pigs flying in the air, and I just want to change the topic now. So to pigs flying in the air.
No, guy probably wants to talk about the Trinity, man.
I'm just joking. Clay the Great, you're such a meek man. Okay.
I try. God is good, man. I try.
Indeed. The Most High is definitely good. Definitely. There's a couple of things which you said. I don't know whether it was a citation or whether it's doctrinal fact. And when I say doctrinal fact and documented facts, you mentioned how I've forgotten the guy's name who was doing the pseudoscience. And
Alexander Hislop, yeah.
Okay, so all these documentations for many years, similar to the conversation we were having with the other guy yesterday, had been put in position of authority to beguile and mislead many people. So there's another guy. So when you mentioned about the people who wrote King James, they were well versed. You didn't use the word well versed, but you said they could speak Hebrew, etc. I just want to clarify because I think in either the 18th century, 17th or 18th or 19th century, one of those times, we have someone called, I think it is 19th century, Elijah ben Yoda, who was known to be a
lexicographer.
There you go. Thank you, Clay. Told you, Clay the Great. And this person amalgamated Yiddish, which is not Hebrew, but Yiddish, with so-called understanding of Hebrew. So the question which I want to ask from your point of view is, did the Hebrew language ever got lost? And if it did, I think it kind of answered my questions. But if it didn't, then why is Elijah ben Yoda being credited for especially for the modern Hebrew language? If you know about it, you can answer it. If you don't, then I'll say we'll cover it another time.
Yeah, I'm not massively up on that. I know the story of it. The modern Hebrew is different than biblical Hebrew. There is no question about it. I actually don't know a huge amount about the creation of Yiddish and the modern Hebrew. Yeah, I'm not really a huge something I've looked into on a huge basis. They would have spoken the biblical Hebrew. It would have been biblical Hebrew. The translators. It wouldn't have been this obviously much later Yiddish kind of language, because that would have come hundreds of years later. So they would have been fluent in the Hebrew language that would have been at that time. Did it get? I don't believe that the Hebrew language has ever been lost. Certainly, it hasn't been spoken in great deals, but I think that studies of it have always been. So I don't think it's not a kind of lost language. It's Koine Greek and biblical Hebrew are no longer spoken languages in any kind of great capacity, apart from people that kind of study it and learn it for their.
Well, then that kind of it defeats the whole premise of the arguments, for the simple fact is, if when King James was written, and according to so-called secular understanding, that was at least 1,500 years or 1,200 years they were speaking it. But in the last 400 years, in the last 500 years, not even 1,500 years, but in the last 500 years, all of a sudden, it's kind of dwindled. It was able to last so much time.
Mm.
So I struggle to understand that the greater will outweigh the lesser, if you understand what I'm trying to say there. And it's not a case of argument. It's just me in my head saying to myself that the Hebrew language had become, when Rome got this, Jerusalem got this dismantled, etc. In my head, as they amalgamated and assimilated within various other cultures, some of them would have, it's not gospel, but it's just how it is. Some of them would have taken the natural linguistic capability of that nation, and through time, just like me as an African man coming into this country, especially as a young child, in due time, the mother tongue erodes from me, even though I can speak a little bit of it. It still erodes, and then when you're passing it on to your children, you're passing on pidgin language. So within that 1,000 and etc. years, I can see the language gradually eroding. So I'm just speaking from somebody who's experienced it as a native, or not a native, as a foreigner, So I'm trying to grapple in myself, or trying to understand that how is it that they had it in King James, and I think in King James they were just using a lot of different manuscripts to piece the language together, because no disrespect here, but most of the people in that hemisphere were sons of Japheth. They weren't sons of Ham or sons of Shem. They were sons of Japheth. So if they were more Hamadites, Cushites, and because it'd be Afro-Semitic, not a Japheth language. So it's quite difficult for me to put everything together to say, well, the sons of Japheth and those who went over there still were able to speak the pure Hebrew when they spoke something totally different. But I'm sounding like Hebrew Israelites. I'm not trying to sound like that. I'm just calculating things in my mind. And I hope I'm making sense, because
the main issue that I would have is, because I think that obviously what you're referring to is obviously the word Easter in the King James, or that's Greek, so that hasn't got anything to do with Hebrew anyway. So in the Acts, where the King James has the word Easter, it is being translated from the Greek language.
Yeah, but you asserted in your conversation that the King James people were able to speak Hebrew.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm challenging.
Okay, so what language do you think that they would have spoken? They would have spoken the language that is recorded in the manuscripts. That's the language that they learned.
I would have said King James, as I said, sons of Japheth, they would have been speaking more a different language. They wouldn't have been speaking Hebrew. Now, if we want to put it together,
but they learned the language of the manuscripts. That's what the language that they learned.
Okay, so we've got archaeologists going to Egypt, and they're looking at the hieroglyphics. A man may acknowledge a bird or something which translates a bird or an apple or a snake, and they put it together, and they, with the cuneiform, they could say, okay, then this is what it's saying. But it's during time they realize that, oh, you know what? It may say this, but that's not the true essence of what's being said. So what I'm trying to say is that with regards to the King James itself, the people who translated it, they may have, similar to the hieroglyphics, they may have pieced these words together to try to get an understanding.
Right.
And perhaps, go ahead.
but the problem, the only issue that I've got here is that your NIV, your ESV, your NASB, your Passion Bible, whatever Bible you want to kind of use, even whether you're talking King James or any of the modern versions. I know you like the what was it, the something 21st. 21.
Yes, you're right. 2001.
No. What are you talking about? We all know Baz loves the KJV. What are you talking about?
All of those translations are still using the same Hebrew as what the King James did.
And this is why there is so many different alteration of the same stress of words.
Not really in the Old Testament. There's not that much difference of change of meanings in the Old Testament. What we do have is that sometimes the modern versions will use the Septuagint more than the Masoretic text.
Yeah,
but they're still using. But these modern versions are still using the Masoretic text. The same Masoretic text is what the King James would have used, but that hasn't. But that isn't. I don't see the relevance of that in the Easter sense.
As I said, it wasn't the focus of the Easter. It was the focus of something which was asserted, and I thought that doesn't quite add up. But when you come back to the Easter now, yes, there's a couple of questions which I'll move from that. So I've been listening back and forth because I've been working, and there's a couple of things which intrigued me. So you gave an illustration of forgotten two Babylons. Yeah, two Babylons.
Alexander Hislop and the two Babylons. Yeah. Yeah,
and there was a part where
an anti-Catholic book.
Okay, there was a part where you said that, which I found very interesting. You said, well, it never mentioned any priests doing the sacrifices, etc.
So that didn't make that claim.
Okay, so that negated a few things, which was kind of concerning. But you did. It seemed as if there was two acknowledgements of Easter. Somehow there's two acknowledgements of Easter, not only the Christian way, but those people who were painting the eggs, or when you use the illustration or through the documents, you said that they would have that fertility on their altars, etc. And the children who were conceived or born the year before, they would offer them a sacrifice or something like that. Am I?
Yeah, this is a claim that you'll hear and you'll see memes about this, but that's what I'm saying is there's no historical evidence for those claims. We don't see anything in any historical writings to say that this is what the pagans were doing.
Right.
Right.
Okay.
That's the thing, is that even Hislop didn't make that claim. He claimed the name Ishtar was related to Easter was related to the Babylonian goddess Ishtar, but the stories about Ishtar don't come from Alexander Hislop in the sense of the priests sacrificing. Those seem to be just made up somewhere. I can't find kind of really the origin of that. It seems to be a very modern 2000 year claim. The 2000s that somebody has seemed to have taken Alexander Hislop's argument about Ishtar being the reason why we use the word Easter. It comes from Ishtar. Then they've made up a story about what Ishtar did in order to include the eggs type thing within the narrative of Ishtar.
And you're saying that Ishtar, that's the one that you mentioned, which is from the Old Testament. And when I say Old Testament, I'm talking about, you said it's like backdooring Ezekiel's time, which would have been like
Oh no,
500, close
that's
to 600
that's
BCE.
Tammuz. That's the
Talmud?
weeping of Tammuz. Yeah.
Okay, so who's the Ishtar one that they're linking this to? Like, when
So
would that have been?
right. So Ishtar is was a god in Babylonian times.
Oh,
She had like three, like a owl kind of feet.
Yeah.
Christian,
Hello,
Hey,
Gavin.
Gavin.
how are you, man?
how's it, guys?
It's fine. So my last question is then: would it be profitable with the commercial value that
That's you.
the world is imposing on Easter? Would it be profitable for Christians to actually even engage in it?
In Easter, I don't see. Yeah, I really don't see an issue with. I honestly don't see an issue with celebrating the resurrection of Jesus. I mean, as I've there.
You know what? I would say, like, the point that you made earlier, though, right, about the date, and that's the thing where I would be seriously harsh about with people about the date, right? Like you say, if there's no real link to any kind of stuff having to do with any kind of false gods or any of their practices, then clearly it's not an issue. But like you're pointing to, even to this day, people keep moving. Like, when Jesus was put to death and then when he was resurrected, there's a literal date, regardless of the day of the week every year. There's a literal date tied to that. Now,
he was put to death on the day of the Jewish Passover.
Yeah,
That is when we should be kind of
observing it. Amen. And I agree. But when people start playing games and go, nah, we'll celebrate you on the weekend so we could play this game for Friday and Saturday and Sunday, I'm like, no, how about you actually just observe the date, the literal date, like you do Christmas Day for the death and resurrection of Christ, the date that matters far more than a fake birth date.
I didn't go massively into it, but the quarter
Did I lose you guys?
Sorry, Gavin, you are back. Yeah. This is interesting. We need to look at well, I'm not going to do so much now, but the Quartodeciman controversy. This was about kind of changing the day and when it should be followed, whether it should be the 14th day or whether it would just move with the sun, the equinox, and so there's differences.
Ridiculous, man. Yeah, that's ridiculous.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we hear you, Gavin. Yeah,
we do hear you, Gavin. Yeah.
How's it going? I saw that little smile on your face when you saw I was below. There was a very, very subtle little smile when you looked down. What's your problem, LJ?
I haven't got a problem. I haven't got a problem with you, Gavin.
One quick question. I'm not going to stay long because I got to go. But I'm keen to listen to what it is you have to say. I'll listen to it a little bit more in detail.
It was on an hour earlier, right? You didn't just start the live stream.
Well, I didn't really. I know he was speaking a little bit about it, but I didn't really pay attention. And I noticed he was on. But...
You came on LJ's live share. I didn't pay attention to the guy. My fingers are in my ears.
I wasn't gonna come on or anything like that, but then I saw his fat face and I thought I'd say hello. The thing is, what intrigues me briefly is, I read the 2 Babylons. Did you read the whole book, LJ?
Yeah, I've read it a number of times now, actually.
I had such a high regard for that book. I thought that was like the dog's bollocks. I'm actually quite surprised.
Yeah, we don't need to utilize that kind of language.
Well, compared to what Baz was talking about, oh my goodness gracious, with John, it was like, geez Louise. So, do you have not much regard for the book in essence? Because I think that's where I learned about Astarte and
I've disregarded the whole of that book.
Did you?
Almost all of it. And
Seriously?
I've written huge amounts. In fact,
Have you?
one of my most popular videos on my channel literally is my breakdown of the arguments regarding Nimrod, Semiramis, and Tammuz. It's one of my
the
most popular.
heavy into the two Babylons, eh? It was like their bread and butter. It was their go-to book. They promoted the bejesus out of that book, eh?
Yeah, no, and you know what's crazy? Because you're saying that guy, right? Like the guy that wrote that Two Babylons, and obviously I didn't read it, but I heard about it, and it seemed like it was a really interesting book. But you're saying that this is the guy, he wrote that book, and apparently this guy wrote other books, or at least another book, and this is the one with all that bad information in it, right?
So Alexander Hislop in his Two Babylons,
and I just because I'm gonna take a cheap shot and say, what are the odds that you think his last name sounds like Hislop, almost sounds like his slop, because he puts a lot of slop into his books.
Oh, okay.
It does.
Alexander Hislop, he was his.
Yeah, 1851 he wrote that book, and he made so many claims. He was basically anti-Catholic, and he wrote that book in order to kind of put forward the arguments against the Catholic Church. One of his main arguments against the Catholic Church was the Trinity argument, where he linked all of these random pagan gods together to create an argument of against the Trinity, and one of those being.
I love that book, LJ. I really did. I'm disappointed to know.
I think it's an interesting book. It's an interesting book. There's not anything factual or historical within it.
Yes. Wow.
Is not where it's being discredited by just. It's just terrible.
By the Catholics.
No. So many people. He made lots of assumptions, lots of claims that, as I pointed out with that. Let me just go back to.
I'm gonna go. I just wanted to briefly come on and say hello.
Hello, Gavin.
Yeah, we can discuss we can discuss Alexander Hislop at some time. In fact, actually, I'll go into that book a bit more detail. Yeah.
What's your video called? The one you did on the Two Babylons?
So it will. If you search my YouTube and just put in either Nimrod, Semiramis, or Tammuz, it will come up.
Do you know how to do that, Gavin? Like where he tells you to go on the page and search it?
Nimrod married his mother Semiramis, right? And they were saying that was the beginning of the whole Trinity.
Yeah. So Nimrod, Semiramis, and Tammuz. So what he does is he links all of these people together with no historical evidence based on characteristics or. Then he's also got Osiris, Horus, and Isis as another trinity. Yeah. So that Nimrod and Semiramis didn't even exist. It's not even a Nimrod we know from the Bible.
So beautiful.
Sorry.
I thought it was his mother, and she was so beautiful because that was the whole thing was like an incestuous thing, because he was supposed to kind of be reincarnated, and that was the beginning of the Trinity. So all of that's bull dust.
Yeah, because you'll hear the same stories about Osiris, and these are all post Christian or post Jesus claims and stories inserted back into the myths of these gods. It absolute nothing to do with historical.
Do you know a large part of the JW antithesis to Easter is squarely rooted in the Two Babylons there?
So obviously you and Baz being X and Clay being here. What does the Jehovah's Witnesses, what do they hold regarding Easter? Is it held that it is a pagan festival, that we shouldn't celebrate it? I don't know on that.
Yeah, that is what is taught about a lot of it being tied to a bunch of pagan traditions and stuff. As far as the rabbit and the Easter eggs, stuff like that.
Yeah, and what I think is that we know that's not anything to do with Jesus. I don't think anybody really acknowledges that. I just think that the claims regarding why they are linked to Christianity and Easter are false. It very clearly has a historical background, specifically those eggs, which seem to kind of come from Russia as a thing, predominantly, and then from Russia, where they would paint these eggs from their. Sorry, Gavin?
Are you saying the egg is not a fertility symbol?
I'm saying that it's got nothing to do with fertility symbol within the reasoning why it was introduced into the tradition
Christian practice.
Yeah. What about the phallic signs? Because a large portion of that to Babylon's is the inclusion of
about the obelisk. The obelisk. Yeah, that is, again, these are myths, and I'm not saying that the obelisk has got anything to do with Christianity or anything, but it hasn't got to do with the cutting up of the god and being spread over the world, and then the goddess, depending on which one. And I'm saying god and goddess because this story is retold over Osiris, Isis, and Horus, the same as it is over the Nimrod, Semiramis, but it's also told of others as well. So I just say it's about a god and goddess. There's got nothing to do with being chopped up into 14 pieces spread over the world.
Look at this. Look at this guy in the comments. I mean, could you believe the nerve of this dude?
The nerve of saying hello.
I know.
He only said hello to me because he loves me.
Yes,
wow.
exactly.
Hello, LJ. How you, my little
hello.
friend? LJ, you want the keys to my kingdom, LJ?
Yeah, he goes.
You sound like a hater.
It is not, LJ.
You sound like a hater, man. Wow.
The kingdom, LJ.
Okay, going back to let's leave Freddie alone. Going back to
no, I just want to say that he said hello, LJ.
Just tell Freddie to hit the like button.
Clay's not up there on the panel. Neither is Baz or Gavin.
Oh no, not Gavin.
Not those
Well,
guys.
he won't say hello to Gavin anyway. So
yeah, well, he could have explicitly said hello to all you guys out there except you, Gavin.
But he said LJ.
Yeah,
hello, LJ.
Why do you only show your face and not your muscles?
because I don't want to intimidate people.
I want to see the muscles. It's the best part of your physique. It's not your face. It's your muscles.
No, well, that's what he said. Is his biggest muscle is showing on camera, man. It's his brain,
Yeah, my
flexing
brain.
hard when he's
I
talking.
just
So according
Now, what's going on, Freddie?
According to the Watchtower, it's really according to the Watchtower. It says the origin of Easter. Many people believe that they are celebrating the resurrection of Jesus when they celebrate Easter, but actually, the celebration of Easter has been linked to whatever her name is, Austerity. Yeah, the Sax. Come again.
Astarte. Yeah.
Astarte.
Hey, I'll tell you what. Anybody that can spell that name properly, I will let you give me $5. All right, without looking it up. You can't look it up.
The Anglo-Saxon pagan goddess of dawn and of spring. The dictionary of mythology explains that she was also the fertility god. I hope you look through the dictionary of mythology as well, LJ, because if you didn't, then wow, we're having problems. So some of Easter's customs are connected with this. For example, eggs have been predominantly a symbol of new life and resurrection, it says. The Encyclopedia Britannica also, rabbits have long been used as symbol of fertility in pagan worship. It is clear that Easter is not related to the resurrection of Jesus. When Jehovah sees people mixing false religions customs with the resurrection of his son, is he pleased? Of course not. What has the table of demons got to do with the table of ask them, they're sitting on it.
1 Corinthians 10, huh?
So this is I'm not sure what you're able to get from that. I mean, they've got a long list of other arguments from there, and I'm not
Where are you reading that from?
Well, when we type in Easter in the the JW app, the application Watchtower Library, it comes up with a research guide 2019, and it's from the book Remain in God's Love. Do celebrations please God? Any rebuttal? I've got Gavin's got a world of rebuttal, but any rebuttal from you, LJ?
No, I've got no rebuttals.
What do they cite as sources to those? Right?
Yeah, that's the rebuttal is the sources of where the information is coming from. There is no.
Yeah, because LJ's saying like he said, if that information is coming from bad sources, like he was pointing to with that his slot book,
well, are you saying the Encyclopedia Britannica is a bad source?
No, I'm not.
Are you saying the dictionary of mythology is a bad source?
Actually, the Encyclopedia Britannica is a terrible source. It utilizes information that is put out there, and it doesn't actually check whether the information is true or not. There's I'm not saying that it's terrible in all places, but there is a lot of misinformation in that encyclopedia, because it is utilizing information that it is not fact checking. It is a bit like the modern AI. If you type in AI into AI will just regurgitate you the information that it reads. Doesn't necessarily mean that it's true or not.
I totally agree with you on that. That's why you were having a round of applause from me. So yeah. So the next part is you are asking is what is their source?
I wouldn't go there.
That's it. With you. We need the sources in order to kind of, as I showed with what Alexander Hislop was referring to about that Ishtar and the name Easter being linked together on the cuneiform we've now shown that the language on the cuneiform was not the language that he thought it was. And so he incorrectly made assertions about the link between Easter and Ishtar based on a language that wasn't on the cuneiform, on a presumed language, which is now being shown false, which is why those that study that no longer follow Alexander Hislop's work, because it is shown that the language that he thought isn't the language which is on the cuneiform. So there is no link between Ishtar and Easter, or Easter and Ishtar, based on the language which is on the cuneiform. And so, as I showed with Dr. Bruce, let me go back to it.
When you say Dr. Bruce, you mean Dr. Bruce or like that Bruce Metzger guy?
No, Professor Bruce is his name.
Two different people. Okay.
Yeah, not Bruce Metzger. And as I say, I'll read it again. We now know that the original language of Babylonian religion, far from being what Hislop and his contemporaries called Chaldee, which was really Aramaic, was not a Semitic language at all, not even the Semitic tongue now called Akkadian, but it was Sumerian, a language with no certain affinity to any other known language. Sumerian, not Chaldee, was the language of primeval Babylon. Hence, Hislop's etymological inventiveness, which traced words to Chaldee roots, is irrelevant in establishing linguistic links to Nimrod's Babylon and Assyria. They are pseudoscience, not science. Hislop's argument stands in need of radical revision. Dr. Bruce concludes, it comes as no surprise then that modern Assyriologists do not cite Hislop's two Babylons. It is a discredited source.
Interesting. It's pronounced Chaldeans. It's not Chaldean, it's Chaldean.
Yeah,
That's interesting. Very interesting. So are you saying wholesale, do you not believe to a large degree Christianity has been bastardized by the Catholics? I mean, if you look at the mitre that the Pope wears, I mean, I suppose that's what made Hislop so plausible.
Yeah, there's lots of there are lots of things within the Catholic Church that is wrong. His obviously his claims regarding the triune God and the Trinity, which we don't hold to, are wrong. But the way that he linked things together was wrong. So his claim about the Trinity was correct. The way that he argued for it was wrong.
So this is my. Go on,
do you
Gab.
believe the Trinity in its inception does go back thousands of years, though?
No.
Wow.
I believe the Trinity comes in over a progression period of time from the 3rd century, I would say, really.
Seriously? Wow.
Yeah. I do believe that there were religions that held to multiple gods. And so having multiple gods within a religion is not an issue. But I don't believe that if you go back to Osiris, Isis, and Horus, for instance, there's no Trinity there. Those are three gods. They had many gods. So just picking three of them and saying that this was a family does not necessitate that they held to a Trinity.
Wow.
They didn't hold to a Trinity.
It was the two Babylons specifically that put me off the cross.
Yeah, the cross is fundamental to the Christian
especially
faith.
because with the Tammuz and the Tau,
that's nonsense. It's nonsense.
Wow.
I just want to quickly tap in with regards to Hislop. And it comes back to everything else which we know. So when was Hislop roughly around?
1851 was the book was written.
Okay. And Gavin, what do we know, if you remember, with regards to everything in the 18th hundreds?
Things go terribly wrong in the 18th century. This is the age of enlightenment, supposedly. Everything goes wrong there.
Right.
I find some connection because I found it almost more than coincidental in terms of so many things that come into fruition in the 1800s. But I can't put my finger on the pulse, if you know what I mean.
I think I can, because knowledge, there wasn't any knowledge during those period, or knowledge prior to that, and people started making up their own, because if there was true knowledge there, or any knowledge, the residue would still be there. But this is when they started really building institutions, i.e. schools, colleges, and all these brainwashing place to firmly implant idealism or their ideas into younger people. I mean, and I'm not trying to be a speculative or conspiratorial individual, but it just wows me that from the late 1700s throughout the 1800s, they were able to beguile the whole of the planet. Now, I'm not using the word land, I'm talking about the cosmos. It just wows me how this institute, the Carnegie Institution, and all of these other societies, in that short period of 100 years, so something devastating had to happen prior to that for everybody to lose some form of memory, suffer from amnesia, and not contest the lies that were being spread by Hislop and the rest of those people. Would you not agree? Something major could have happened?
Something major did happen. I do want to just point out quickly, regarding this this symbol up here, which I think is a fundamental, and I don't wish to attack anybody or anything with beliefs. I understand certain beliefs that are held regarding the cross. The fact is that even the JWs they used to use the King James Bible prior to their to the production of the New World Translation. The King James Bible was utilized. The cross was on the original paraphernalia of the JWs as well. And it isn't until 1930s when it comes in that it changes from the cross. With Rutherford, with Rutherford. So I think prior to that, the cross was fundamental. Was a belief of the Jehovah's Witnesses. So I think that what happens is that with Jehovah's Witnesses, with people like Hislop, with these people like the Hebrew Israelites, as we dealt with in other videos and stuff, is that it kind of just becomes anything that the Catholic Church believes in. There's got to be an attack against it, because obviously it must be pagan, it must be made up, because of the Catholic Church is this wicked, evil organization, and anything that they believe must automatically then be negative and untrue. The Catholics believe in the resurrection of Jesus. Are we going to reject that? Just because it's Catholic. I said the Catholics believe in the resurrection of Jesus. Should we reject that because the Catholic Church?
Okay, yeah.
They worship a different Jesus from us.
I agree, but what I'm saying is that they still believe in a resurrection. Should we automatically reject the resurrection just because the Catholic Church accept it? With the virgin birth, the people reject it because it's obviously Catholic, it's obviously pagan. Easter, it is obviously pagan. The Catholic Church set the date for it. I think it goes too far. There's rejections of it. I 100% agree, but it's too far. It seems like it's anything and everything that is taken, that the Catholic Church believe in, is just rejected out of hand. The word Stauros,
I tend to.
Sorry, Gavin.
I'm taking a more sinister view. I'm kind of in the frame of mind that the whole of Christianity is shot.
Come again?
I'm of the view that the whole of Christianity as we know it today is shot.
You're not alone.
So my gripe's not with Catholicism, it's with Christianity.
Yep.
I agree to a certain extent. I agree to a certain extent, but I'm certainly, Christianity does believe in a resurrection, so I'm not going to and the death and the burial of
Yeah, but remember the scripture. It says, "You believe there's one God, do you?" Well, the demons believe and shudder. I mean, just because Christianity believes that there is a Jesus doesn't mean anything. The demons knew that there was a Jesus, and what does it dispute?
Well,
Yeah.
what I'm trying to say is that you cannot throw the baby out with the bathwater. Just because you want to reject one thing does not necessitate that everything is wrong.
No, but I think that's probably, you know, like you say, because a lot of people believe that Jesus died and was raised from the dead, right? His death and resurrection. And like Baz is pointing to, lots of people believe things. But I think that's why the whole point is that there's more to it than just believing that he's raised, right? That's where obedience and stuff like that comes into play, you know. And
I'm going to just quickly address this because I did address it in the discussion that I did in the study. I need to explain why Easter date is rarely on the Passover date. Why either the Jews are wrong or the churches. I stated that the date of Easter, what Christians celebrate as Easter, was fixed at the Council of Nicaea. That is a church tradition. They did separate it from the Passover, and I did say that while some people can do that, if they want to celebrate it at the time that the church has decreed it, they are more than welcome, because they're not celebrating a pagan festival. But I personally would say that if you do want to celebrate the death, burial, and resurrection of Jesus Christ, find out when the Jewish Passover is and celebrate it then. That would be my personal opinion.
Yeah. I mean, it almost seemed like you were.
What day it's on?
Who cares? What? I'm sorry. What?
I'm saying, for example, you're saying, you know,
the day or the date.
Who actually cares what day Jesus was resurrected on?
Me.
I do.
It's biblical.
Why?
Biblical thing.
Why?
Well, are you guys arguing over the day or the date?
But then
the day, the actual date, the date.
But then Gavin has got a very good point.
25th of June. Who cares?
For example, because God does, man. Because that's all leading to Scripture and also fulfilling prophecy. You know, if you start saying that date isn't and plus, if that's the legitimate date, why would you go to another one and say this is the date?
Gavin's argument, which is very, very true, I think his argument would be, he says, do this anytime you meet in remembrance of me. It's not about a specific date. It's about the continuous of the fellowshipping. That's what the scripture says.
I understand it, but the hair-splitting detail that I will make about that is acknowledging the death of Christ versus if you're saying this is the actual date and this is a Passover time, right? Like this is supposed to be the date when he died. Like if that's part of what you're celebrating, then that should be linked to the actual date itself. But yeah, I hear what you're saying about saying if you're coming together and just acknowledging his death, which is basically the point. And I tend to agree with you because I get that even from what Paul writing in scripture about people coming together. And it seemed to be a whole lot more than one time a year. Like it was pretty regular for them to be breaking bread and taking of the wine together, right? That seemed to be a regular practice that they had.
Daily. Yeah,
they were acknowledging Jesus' death like every day or every week. That's more than once a year.
Why do you? Because I said, who
the
cares?
Easter thing.
Yeah, why do you care?
Why would I care? Because of them linking it to the Passover date. Like they're making it about the Passover and the death itself and the whole event when he died. It's not just acknowledging his death on any day.
We know that Jesus. We know that there is a date that Jesus
being a Christian.
died. We do know that there is a date that Jesus died, and it is linked to the Passover, the Jewish Passover. So we know that he died on the Jewish Passover, right? So that is just a historical fact. It is a date that is set. So if you are celebrating the day of Jesus's death at the time that he died, it would be best to do that on the Jewish Passover.
Proper date.
That would make more sense to do so.
Death got to do with anything anyway?
What does what have to do with anything?
What's the
Yeah.
death got to do with anything?
Yeah, so why
If he
celebrate
did-
his death?
Well,
because
that's
if
what
he
we're told that
doesn't
he
die,
said to
he
do.
doesn't
Yeah.
resurrect.
Mm.
And that
There
was
is-
supposed to happen according to prophecy on a certain time, right? That would be the Passover
Hmm.
date.
The
That
Jewish
is
Passover, he died
prophecy.
then, and so that is just a historical fact that he died on the Jewish Passover. So if you are going to celebrate the death, burial, and resurrection of Jesus Christ, you really should.
And you
be
go
doing
for
it
nice
on
and
the-
14, LJ?
It would be nice and 14, yeah, the 14th.
Mm.
Whether we can accurately date that now, I'm not sure. I'm not even so sure.
Mm.
I don't know. I
Probably
think
with the
wasn't
Jewish
that
calendar,
supposed to be linked
but-
to the moons? Basically, it should be done like when there's a full moon or very close to it. So that's a pretty good indicator you got around the right time. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm sure that there's probably good ways of being able to acknowledge it, but our calendar is so been changed so many times that our calendar is completely messed up in the sense of the reality of time. The Jewish calendar.
Gavin, why do you ask those questions? I'm intrigued.
Do you
Does
not
Ian have
think that
anything
it's
else better to
fundamental?
do right now?
Do you not think that the death, burial, and resurrection of Jesus is a fundamental fact? That
if you were to ask me, is his birth crucial, critical, or fundamental, I'll say no.
No, well, his birth.
I would say that
as
it
an
was.
example, because you might throw all in. I mean, like, should we be completely, totally enamored with his birth, in that his birth has any relevance to our salvation? I'll say no.
But
His
it
Okay.
does.
But
Because if there
why
is no
did you
birth,
ask your initial question?
Sorry?
I'm not worried about the birth. Thank you very much.
I'm using it as example. So I'm saying, so for some people they will harp on about his birth, but I kind of feel his birth's irrelevant. His birth.
You know
is not
what?
saves us.
I can appreciate your point to there, but it is important depending on who you're talking to. But I do appreciate the point that you're making, Gavin, because I would say his death and resurrection matters far more in the end. But the birth does still matter. It just doesn't matter.
The life of Jesus, including the birth, there is no resurrection.
It all matters.
There is no resurrection without the birth of Jesus.
No,
the whole thing of Jesus is fundamental to the salvation, because if there is no birth, there is no death. Then if there is no
Gavin is saying something else. Listen to him. Listen to him. I'll ask him the question.
Would you argue that his birth has anything to do with him being a savior? I'll say no.
I would say
Jesus' birth doesn't save us
because he's God's son. If he would have
What
literally had
does
to
it
be
say in
God's
Matthew?
son.
Today, the Savior is born. The Savior of Israel is born.
But that still doesn't negate the question he's asking. He asked a profound question to every single person here. He said, why does the date of his death matter? And everybody answered, but didn't ask him the question. Why do you ask that? And then you're all going somewhere else. He's asked a prolific question, which I really want to get the understanding of. Please, Gavin, if you have time, can you just answer me? Why is
it's just because I threw his birth in there in context, because if we were to argue what saves us, then we might say, okay, more pointedly, not his birth, but rather his death. But when it comes to his death, I actually think that the real significance is the resurrection more than the death. And I'm not saying that his death doesn't. I think the days are relevant. It's the fact that he died. Whether it's on a Tuesday, Monday, or Wednesday, I think it's irrelevant. Whether it's a nice and 13,
it's
nice
not
and
irrelevant
14.
though. Because
Well, let me put it in this way: if we're saying it's relevant because it's associated with the Passover, I'm saying the Passover is completely irrelevant.
No, man. That's that you're because you would have to say scripture is not relevant. He had to
So what?
die that day.
So,
That is prophecy.
so when I say
So just
the Passover is irrelevant, I'm saying the entire fabric of the whole Jewish entity, it just has no relevance in a Christian's life. I mean, why pick up the Passover?
That's got nothing to do with Jesus, because Paul calls Jesus our Passover. That he is our Passover. So while it's the Jewish Passover has passed over, Jesus is our Passover that died on the Jewish Passover. He replaces it. He becomes it. He takes over from.
Exactly. So if we're gonna focus on anything, I mean, I understand the fact that it ties in with the Passover, and I kind of understand that that's the type in its entirety, because it's not just the Passover; it's everything, absolutely everything that has to do with what God set up is relevant until Jesus rocks up. And I think the moment Jesus rocks up, I just don't think anything other than Jesus, particularly being resurrected, is like the focal point of everything.
No,
I think it outshines his birth.
Yeah, I don't see anybody, like I said, that isn't the point of what the whole stream has been about. It's about whether it is linked to a pagan festival, and whether Christians can celebrate. Not a case of whether you feel like you should or you shouldn't. Just, can Christians celebrate the death, burial, and resurrection of Jesus Christ? Which, if you, and as I pointed out at the beginning of this, if you don't wish to do so, I don't think there's any issue with that. But the main point of this was to try to argue, to show that the arguments that Easter is a pagan festival, it's linked to a pagan goddess, and that we shouldn't be celebrating it. Those are wrong. Those claims are wrong. If you want to celebrate Easter as the death, burial, and resurrection of Jesus Christ, there is absolutely nothing stopping somebody from doing so.
So would you say that Easter is not about his resurrection? For you, it's the death, burial, and resurrection.
For me, the death, burial, and resurrection of Jesus are linked together. They are fundamental to the gospel story, is that Jesus died, he was buried as scripture says, and that he resurrected. The resurrection is obviously what saves. It is this through that resurrection that Jesus becomes the savior. But the death, burial, and resurrection are linked together, and I don't see any issue with anybody who wants to acknowledge that period of time.
Let me ask you this question. Would you say God places an emphasis, and I'm going to split them, in terms of the application of Psalms 2 verse 7? Would its application from God's perspective be to the death, to the burial, or exclusively to the resurrection?
That's irrelevant to whether I can link the death, burial, and resurrection to Jesus and celebrate those as one.
No,
you're making a different argument than the argument that I'm actually making myself, because as I say, it is the resurrection, through the resurrection, that saves. But whether I want to celebrate the death, burial, and resurrection of Jesus Christ, you seem to think that I can't link those together because God emphasizes the resurrection.
No, I'm not saying. Look, I mean, you can. I'm saying individuals can do what they want. I mean, listen,
Right, and that's the point of the whole thing, is to ask that question: is Easter Christian? Can Christians celebrate Easter?
well, I think that comes down to, but that's why I say Christianity is being bastardized, because if you take a look at the way people celebrate Easter, I mean, I don't think it's even remotely connected to the way it was celebrated in the first century. It's become a
Exactly.
Like a party day. It
Commerce.
has become like a party
commerce.
day.
Has-
Rather,
actually,
But that is
listen,
still irrelevant to
It
the
is.
question of whether Christians can celebrate Easter or whether they can't, or whether
Well,
Easter is Christian.
if you're
Easter,
saying,
what is connected to Easter, Christmas, what's connected to that, buying of presents and all of the nonsense that goes along with it, is irrelevant to the festival itself. The eggs and the bunnies and all of this is irrelevant. And yes, Christians may be celebrating it wrong. That's a different question. Are Christians celebrating Easter in a wrong way by including things that are not Christian? Fine. But I'm more interested in, can Christians celebrate Easter, the death, burial, and resurrection of Jesus Christ? Is it a pagan festival? And is it at all Christian? Not the paraphernalia that goes along with it, or the traditions
so
that
if
go
we throw
along
out the
with it.
paraphernalia and we throw out the fact that there's no connotation or attachment to anything pagan, that still doesn't remove the fact that in the way Christians might celebrate it,
Right.
I don't believe it's remotely close to
So that's
to
a
certainly
different argument.
what Jesus did.
That's
Sorry?
a different argument.
Okay, so if we set that argument aside, and then we come down to, can a Christian celebrate it? And I think when you say Christians, you're not talking wholesale. You're talking about individuals, right?
I'm talking about about individuals or Christianity as a whole. Is it okay for Christians as Christianity to celebrate the death, burial, and resurrection of Jesus Christ?
Okay, so then what I'm saying is, okay, if we're separating an individual Christian who wants to knock themselves out and do whatever it is, whatever he's accustomed to, depending on the church or religion he's associated with, because it's all a palaver, it's all a total sham if you look at it. The whole setup of it, the melodrama, listen, first of all, if you take a look at a church, people walk in, they think God's there. He's not. It's bricks and mortar. God's not in that building because God doesn't dwell in buildings. So the moment you walk into the building and you all face front and you put your stuff on the table and you all go through this whole ritual, it's actually nothing like what the first century Christians did, for one. It's in the building that people think's consecrated, but it's not. It's just bricks and mortar. God's not living in there. He's not dwelling in there. People think there's something attributed. It's not. Why?
What's that got to do with the question at hand?
So when you say, should they worship, should they celebrate it, the death, burial, and resurrection? And then we say, okay, sure, why not? Well, then you're
that's
taking
not the question I asked, Gavin. That's not the question I asked.
Repeat it again in case I misunderstood you.
Change the word from should to can.
Could. Can.
No,
okay,
to
can
Christians celebrate Easter?
I'm saying can they?
Can they?
Okay, let's say we can they, and we say, okay, sure they can. I think there is a difference between saying, should the whole of Christianity in all its forms celebrate Easter in the way that they do? I'm saying
again, irrelevant, Gavin. This is you're focusing on the things that the Christians do. I'm not focusing on whether Christians should celebrate it in the way that Christians are celebrating it.
Okay,
the question
let me
is
focus
not
on this element.
that.
Remember, I'm not fighting with you. Let me focus on this element. If you take a look,
you are, because you're trying to argue something that is really not being argued for.
Yeah, but
you're arguing against you're arguing against Christianity that I have got
No,
nothing
no, no, no,
to
no,
do
no.
with.
Put it this way.
Wait,
not
let me
trying
tell you what I'm arguing against,
to
in case I
Put it
haven't
this
made
way.
myself clear.
Put it this way.
I'm not arguing against Christianity. I'm
No,
arguing against
about the
the
celebration.
tradition.
Yeah, exactly. And he's got
I'm
a good
arguing
point.
against the false, fake, plastic tradition. Now,
right,
as a Christian,
and
you've got
that's
to
got
ask
nothing
yourself.
to do with the question I'm asking.
So let me ask you this, LJ.
God, and Bennett.
If Jesus condemned tradition in the way that it was plagiarized, trumped up, faked, and bastardized when he rocked up and he said, "Your tradition makes the word of God invalid." Do you think if Jesus rocked up today, if he looked at the tradition that is
Again, Gavin, I'm not.
associated,
Seriously, I'm going to stop you every time you keep going on about traditions, because I'm not asking anything about can Christians celebrate Easter in the way that they're celebrating it. Should we include eggs? Should we include bunnies in Easter? That's irrelevant to the question that I'm asking.
fag the eggs and the bunnies. Let's stick with the bread and wine. Let's stay there, right? Now, if you look at the way
Stay where?
people
Stay
handle
where?
the bread and wine, let me ask you this question: do you think the Christian tradition of the way they celebrate, do you think that has its origin in first century Christianity?
Gavin, I don't care. I'm not interested in the traditions of what the Christians are doing. I'm asking, can Christians celebrate Easter? Not, are they doing it correctly? Should they do it in a different way? I'm asking because this is the arguments that is in focus here, that it is a pagan festival, that it has got nothing to do with Christianity whatsoever. We're not talking about the traditions, we're talking about the time and the celebration itself. So can Christians celebrate the death, burial, and resurrection of Jesus Christ?
And would you go so far as to say, can Christians celebrate the Christian tradition of the death, burial, and resurrection of Jesus?
Why do you keep changing?
Yeah, you do seem to keep modifying what he's saying.
You're modifying what I'm arguing for, because I am not arguing for the traditions. You're arguing against the traditions, and I'm not making an argument that they are correct. I'm focusing on the time of the celebration of the death, burial, and resurrection of Jesus Christ. Can Christians do that? Not, is it correct in the way that they're doing it? I'm only interested in whether Christians can celebrate the death, burial, and resurrection of Jesus Christ.
Yeah, but then the pose which you posed it is
irrelevant
like,
in terms of the method.
You've set it up. You've set it up, and I'm not sticking with Gavin. I'm just saying you set it up like to say that. Well, the answer is going to be yes anyway, without any form of saying that. Another question would be, although we see Easter being celebrated in this way, would it be plausible to celebrate Easter this way, knowing that it's now displeasing God? Automatically, the answer would be no. It's the way the question has been framed brings an answer.
I framed the question.
It's not against you, Earl. It's just a framing.
No, it's in a correct frame, because I'm not interested in whether Baz, if you celebrate Easter and you don't have anything to do with eggs or bunnies,
no, sort of polluted.
Yeah, but we dropped the eggs and bunnies. We're not talking eggs and bunnies. We're talking bread and wine. Let's just stay there.
We're not talking about bread and wine either. We're just talking about the time of the celebration that Jesus Christ died, buried, and was resurrected. There was those 3 days and 3 nights. Are Christians allowed to celebrate the death, burial, and resurrection of Jesus Christ? That's the only question that I'm asking. The only question that I'm interested in.
You mean modern day Christians?
Well,
But
okay, even
you're
today.
forget-
Hang on.
I'm not
Yes,
interested
even
in
today.
whether
Hang
modern
on.
day Christians are using tradition or not. I'm just asking
Well, no,
today, if you wanted to celebrate
you
it,
believe
could you
modern day
celebrate it? Is
Christians
it
are the
wrong?
same as Christians in the first century, LJ?
No, you're forgetting what LJ is saying. It's
Look,
his
He's
question
ignoring
and
what
answer. He's asking his questions. Anybody can ask their own question,
Oh,
but
okay.
he's not worried about anybody's question. This is my question. Can Christians celebrate? So I think we have to respect it from his point of view, because that's his question
Sure.
he's asking.
It's a que-
Perhaps you may have to say, well, L, can you do a different show that will
right.
ask a different question, and let's see what answer we get?
Yeah.
Because this is,
Well, there.
I hope I'm making sense.
You know, that would be just it. See, the question is, can they? Obviously, the answer is yes. Now the question is, how should they? Right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's a
That,
different show.
which is a
Exactly.
yeah,
totally, which is a totally different question than the one I want answered.
right.
And yes, because nobody is making. I am certainly not making an argument that Christians are celebrating it in a correct way. I'm only interested in to know whether Christians can. That's the question.
No caveats.
Right. He's just saying, can it be done
But
today?
you want there to
Assuming
be,
it's
you
being
want
done
there to be,
properly, can it be done today? And the answer is yes. If you're,
yeah,
that's not saying people aren't doing it wrong, but the point is that the answer is yes, it can be done. That's not saying people aren't doing it incorrectly.
right.
But just because they're
Gavin
doing it
is so
incorrectly
focused.
doesn't mean that it shouldn't be done or can't be done in a proper way.
I'm not being argumentative.
Gavin is so focused that he wants to argue against the traditions of Christianity that he's not focusing on the question that I'm actually asking. He doesn't want to. You don't want to acknowledge the question because it's a different question than what you want to attack.
But it took me a while to get the question as well, LJ. It's all of a sudden it just clicked the question you were asking. So yeah.
I don't know. I don't know how to rephrase the question. I think it's a really.
Let me give it a minute.
Question.
Can Christians celebrate Easter?
Question.
Yeah, but remember, it's his show and he's asking a simple question.
I know.
Yeah, it's not the question I want him to ask. This is if it's a question I want him to ask, then I will say on your next show, as you mentioned this, I think the follow-on question will be, L, can you do this on the next show?
Yeah, you can then, if you can either say yes or no to this question, because it is a yes or no question. You can then extrapolate and go, well, okay, let's just say that you agreed and you said that Christians can celebrate Easter, and you said, yes, I think that Christians can celebrate Easter. Fine, that's one point. Then you can go on and say, are Christians celebrating it in the correct way? Should they be doing it in this particular way? That's something that we can go into and look at, and that goes beyond the actual fundamental question in the first place. Is can they?
Can you say maybe, or I'm not sure?
Of course, you can say I'm not sure.
All right, so I suppose if
you're not sure,
if we were to ask you and we were to say can they, your answer would be yes, right?
My answer to the question that I would ask is, can Christians celebrate Easter? I would say yes. Is it pagan? No. Is Easter Christian? In a certain sense, is it biblical? Probably, I would argue against it being a biblical feast that Christians have to follow, or we're instructed to follow. But can a Christian celebrate is the question that I'm really focusing on, and I would say yes, a Christian can celebrate.
Do you believe it's biblical?
No, I don't believe that that any kind of festival is or any requirement to do so is instituted in the New Testament.
So in other words, what you are saying then, given you qualify, you're saying yes, a Christian can, even though it's not biblical.
Well, no,
Yeah.
because Jesus technically did say
Okay.
keep doing this, right? In remembrance of him. So, and I would think the best time to do that would be his actual day that he was put to death. But it wouldn't just be that day. So in that regard, I would say that would be the most appropriate time to acknowledge his death, because that's followed by his resurrection too. But it's not
So
limited to that date.
Yeah.
You know?
So my personal statement would be that I don't believe that there is any New Testament institutional command to keep the death, burial, and resurrection of Jesus Christ. I acknowledge that on the day that he died. I think that there is this, this do this in remembrance of me. I think that is something that we should be doing on a daily basis. So I don't think that it is a one time of year thing. I do believe that we should be remembering the resurrection of Jesus Christ on a daily basis, the death, burial, and resurrection. Every day is something we should celebrate, but there is a time of year that is linked historically to the Jewish Passover that Jesus died, and there is a factual date that Jesus rose again 3 days later. Should we acknowledge that on the day that he died and the day that he rose? That's the real question of it. Can we do it? Is there anything fundamentally wrong about that? And I don't think that there is. I don't think there's any command to do it on that particular day, but I don't see anything fundamentally wrong with it. If you ask me about whether Christians are celebrating it in a correct way, which is a different question, I would say no. Right? And I would wholeheartedly disagree with the eggs, which I don't believe are pagan, and I don't believe that bunnies have got anything to do with.
We said the eggs and
the
bunnies.
reason why they were introduced.
The bread and wine. Do you think the way people celebrate? Forget the eggs and bunnies. Do you think the way people celebrate with the bread and wine, that is indicative of
you're talking about
the first century Christians, or to become
you're taking the wafer, the piece of bread, and the wine, taking communion basically on a Sunday.
In any form, I'm saying you take a look at any form, any religion, whatever form any religion uses. Forget the bunnies and the eggs. Any Christian religion, in the way they use the bread and wine, do you think it? Let me ask you this question: which religion do you think closely resembles the way it was celebrated in the first century?
Well, no, look, because I will say this: if what you're saying, like, if you're going to go to a technicality, and I don't know if you're going here or not, because if you're saying that it should be exactly the way they did it, then you're literally talking about people eating from the same bread, like breaking it off and passing it, and then they take it, and then they do the same thing with the exact same cup of wine. Somebody takes a sip, then you pass it over, they sip out of it, then they pass it over to the 4th, 10th, 20th, 50th person, all drinking out of the literal same cup. Is that what you're ultimately getting to?
What makes you
like?
The thing is,
that's how they did it. Jesus said, "All of you eat from this bread right here. Pass it around, eat it, then pass the cup and drink from it." That's exactly
so
how
it was
went.
a communal. It certainly was a communal cup. There's no question about that.
I mean, is that ultimately where you're going with that, Gavin?
Yeah, I'm not
sorry.
sure
Hold on, give me a second. What do you mean it was a communal cup? What makes you say that?
That's what the scripture says. Everybody was to drink from the same cup. He said, "Drink this, pass it. Everybody drink from it, all of you." So every disciple at the table there drank from the exact same cup because he passed the cup to them. You could see it in Matthew 26:26. It's around there, and Mark 14:24 around there, and Luke 22. Like verse 19 around there. You could look it up at 1 Corinthians 11 around verse 23. If anybody wants to know why I know that right now, it's because I've been looking into that the last couple of days.
I was going to say, Clay, you're a dark horse.
Yeah. So 1 Corinthians 11:25, he says, after the same manner, he took the cup And when he had supped, saying, "This cup is the New Testament in my blood. This do ye as oft as ye drink it in remembrance of me." And the cup is then passed on. This is something I do believe that there is a communal cup.
Hold on. Point me to the scripture which says the cup was passed on from one to the next. I just want to read that.
Jesus took a cup, said a blessing over it, and said, "Drink from this cup."
Mm.
No, I understand
He
that,
said,
but
"Drink from it."
no,
Where
I
did he
understand
say
that,
everybody had their
but
own
you're saying that
individual cup?
the cup was passed from one person to the next. So point me to the
Yes,
scripture. I just
he
want to
said,
read it.
"Drink of this cup." Where did he say they all had their own individual cup?
All right, so you're saying where did it say they had their own individual cup? I'm saying where does it say they passed the cup from one to the next?
Okay, so I'll read you Matthew 26. So it says,
okay, let me go there.
and so it's Matthew 26, and I'll read until 29.
Mm-hmm.
And as they were eating, Jesus took bread and blessed it and brake it and gave it to the disciples. So he's giving out the one piece of bread, and he gave it to the disciples and said, "Take, eat, this is my body." And he took the cup and gave thanks and gave it to them, saying, "Drink ye all of it."
What scripture is that?
So he took the cup and told them to drink of it. He didn't say take little portions of it into your own cup.
Because he said, "This is my blood," or "This means my blood," right?
Yeah.
So
I don't believe that they were all drinking individual cups. They drank of the communal cup.
I got to tell you, at that show, I want to be the first guy drinking out of the cup. That's all I'm saying, man. You know.
That's no problem, man, because the reindeer was pissing around the corner. So,
Hey, even if that's true and I didn't see it, that's all right, man. Yeah.
Okay, so he took a cup and then they had a sip. So what I was asking, Clayt, was this.
Mm-hmm.
If you look at the setting, it's in someone's house and they're having a meal.
Mm-hmm.
And they're all facing each other.
Mm-hmm.
Now, how does any celebration or tradition that so-called Christians have put together today resemble in any way, shape, or form what happened around that table?
I'm going to stop the discussion here on this point, because I really don't. I'm not interested in the tradition.
Right?
This is an attack. This is not. I said that we're only going to talk about the particular topic is regarding Easter. I'm not interested in the traditions of the church. That's not the argument. This is not the point of it. Whether Christians are doing traditional things as the first century church would have done is irrelevant to the point. You want to just go on a discussion about the traditions of what the church is doing and whether the church is correct. But this is not what the point of this is. That's a completely different topic and a different video, Gavin. And I don't.
Okay, no, we can discuss it some other time. I didn't think I was straying, but if you don't want to discuss it now, it's fine.
It is a stray. I'm not knocking you. I'm just saying that I don't want to go down into the into whether the church is the traditions of the church. That wasn't the point. And I whether we're Christians are celebrating Easter, that is a topic that we can talk about. If it is, but if we frame it in that way, are Christians following Easter in the way that it should be done? That can be a discussion, but it has to be in after the actual topic of itself. Once you've not acknowledged whether it is Christian or not, or whether we can celebrate it, then we can attack and look at the traditions of what's going on in Easter. right? Which I would disagree with. I don't agree that Christians are celebrating Easter in the way that that kind of represents Jesus, or something that first century Jews, or second century Christians would have been following. I don't. Of course not. That isn't the point. I'm not making any argument that, Christians should be following Easter, and they should be getting out their Easter chicks and their bunnies and having an Easter egg. I've made no argument for that whatsoever. And I certainly wouldn't say that those are things that, as a Christian, they should be focusing on. And really, I think we should go back to some kind of way of acknowledging Jesus in a way that would be more realistic to what first century Christians would and second century Christians would have done. So I agree with you. I'm agreeing with you on the traditional side of it.
It's just
there's
look,
no
pushback. I'm not. I don't want to.
I want to know whether Christians can do it or not. Celebrate it. That's the point that I could Christians, can they do it? Is it something that they can or even should do on the day as a representation of Jesus's death, burial, and resurrection? Forget all of the rest of it. Just focus on the actual celebration itself. Can we do it?
Yeah, I suppose that's the part my brain works. It's like it's more like a but. Let me ask you this question: If a Christian, and I'm not talking about Christianity because I'm not interested in Christianity, but a individual Christian, if an individual Christian didn't, would they still be a Christian?
Yes. As I said, I don't think there's any command to do it. I think that there is like this, remembrance of me. So I think that acknowledging that Jesus died, buried, and resurrected on the Passover, and then 3 days later, that I think is something that Christians most certainly can do. Is there a command to do it? No, I don't think that there is, like, do this every year on my death, burial, and resurrection. No, there isn't any command to do that. But
that's a bit of an oxymoron, because it is a command. Do this in remembrance.
No, I don't understand. When he says keep doing this in remembrance of me, is that not a command?
I think I don't necessarily think that it's a yearly thing. I think it is I think a
regular thing.
I agree with that.
But one
we go to the
10
first
times a day,
century
once a year.
What's that?
I think if we go to the apostles.
Yeah, no,
I'm
just
saying,
read that passage over there, 1 Corinthians, because that kind of gives the distinct impression that they're doing it regularly, and I mean more than once a year, kind of.
No, but what LJ is saying is, he's saying, okay, from his perspective, he believes it should be done daily, and that's his
it could be technically, it could be, I guess, that they're doing it
He
regularly.
didn't say daily. He said regular.
Yeah.
Not necessarily daily. I think you can do it daily.
Weekly, right? If it was at least
weekly. You can do it weekly. I think that you can do it yearly. I think it's just something, I think it's your choice. But that command, we do have to remember the death, burial, and resurrection of Jesus. And I don't know, like, I can celebrate that every single day. But when it comes to the actual physical time of year when he died, buried, and resurrected, I think that there can be significance in that to actually remembering that particular time and making it a little bit more than I don't.
Yeah, but
like I said,
it can all get pro-functional, LJ. It can all get pro-functional, for the simple fact is, whether you do it automatically once a year becomes a chore, or you could do it every other. I think probably there's more value in it Yeah, I think Sunday. I think, oh yeah, that's something which I want to tap in. You mentioned about Sunday as well in your conversation. I think that there is more reward in doing it every time you meet a fellow brother, because you're both sharing experiences and joy. It shouldn't be just breaking the bread and just moving on, but it should be breaking bread, sharing that experience and how things have been happening to you. Whereas, but as I said, it could be perfunctory in both cases. Either way, it could become an obligation, which you don't want to keep on doing it, and it becomes a chore. I hope I'm making sense in my mind.
No,
I am.
and what you say is, could I make a point real quick, LJ?
No.
Yeah, go on, Kate. I stopped.
Right.
Yep. Go on,
Yeah,
Kate.
no, look, I think what Baz is saying is a good point too about doing it in a regular thing. You don't want it being perfunctory, and like you say, if you're doing it as a date thing, and it is being made solemn, and it is. But the point is, look, there's a joy to the death of Christ too. But the point too is when you come together, even if you're doing it every month or every 2 months, you're being told to do it with the direct intent to remember his death. It's not just about him being raised, and we always think about that, but intentionally make yourself think about the fact that he had to die. And that's where the covenant is coming in, because that's why he's saying as often as you do this, right? So it does seem to be more valuable to be thinking about it more than one time a year, you know? And I don't see anything, and this is kind of what's annoying me about like turning into a special date. And of course it is, but Jesus did not say, go gather everybody that doesn't even necessarily know me and have them acknowledge this, you know? So, I mean, I guess you can be doing that, but I don't know. I don't know, man. That's not really sitting right with me. You know what I mean? Because he was talking to his disciples to be acknowledging that.
What do you mean it doesn't
what
fit
I would
with you?
About making it a preaching message in the regard that you're telling, hey, tell all these disbelievers to come in and acknowledge this on this day, rather than doing what he said when he was talking to his disciples, right? Now, you want to be out preaching about the death of Christ all the time, right? That's what we're supposed to be doing.
Can I say something controversial?
No.
LJ?
Let me just
on topic.
before you do, Gavin. So again, I think that the time, how often you do it, is still irrelevant to the question, because I still think that whether you do it once a week, once a day, once a month, whatever, I still really focused on this, the physical time that Jesus would have died, buried, and resurrected. That particular time of year, which people call Easter, is that allowable to celebrate during this particular time. That's the point that I think that I'm really focusing on, and I want to stay on, and I know that I'm really focusing on that particular thing, because that is the point that of the whole stream was to delve into this particular celebration of that particular time of year. Can Christians do
actually, it? When you say should or could a Christian do it, and you say yes, I'd agree with you for this reason.
Okay, well that's progress.
But this is the controversy. I know it's very controversial, but can we read 1 Corinthians 11 verse 26, because this will kind of cement your perspective and view. Actually, 1 Corinthians 11 26.
Have you got it there, Gavin? Can you read it?
Okay.
And before you read that, I'm just going to address this comment, because this Jesus here, wherever I can't there, Jesus here, that is not a sun symbol of a Catholic Church. That is a glorified Jesus Christ. The Catholic Church has the sun symbol around so they have the sun symbol around the earthly human being, Jesus Christ. that is a glorified Jesus that has come out of the tomb. Nothing to do with the Catholic Church or sun.
You mean a halo?
imagery. There is no halo there. That is a shining Jesus Christ as depicted in the in Scripture. There is no image. There's no imagery of facial features. That is a glorified Jesus Christ. That is not the human being that walked the face of the earth. There's no sun rays around that. That is a glowing Jesus. So that isn't a Catholic symbol.
Yeah. And if anybody wants to argue about that, we'll just get Beyonce to come take a look. She'll know.
Mm-hmm.
She knows about the halo.
Yeah. If you do look at the Catholic symbols, it is a human Christ, it is a human Mary, it is a human prophets that all have the sun symbol just around the head. That's a totally different image than what that is there. So just point that out. Go on, Gavin. Fire away.
Well, before you read that, I do. Over there in not Corinthians, but Luke, and not that you have to answer it now, LJ, but did when you read that, that passage about them partaking of the bread and wine, and then after they have that argument in the book of Luke there in chapter 22, do you see that as being one covenant, or is that like Jesus talking about potentially like two covenants? Right? You take a look at that then for me and let me know. Because like I said, there's that part where they do the bread and wine, then the disciples have a bit of an argument, and Jesus straightens them out about that, because they're arguing about who was greatest. And then Jesus says something about making a covenant with the 12 over Israel, right? To sit at Jesus' right hand. But then the question is, when he said that, was he talking directly to only those 12? Or it would have been 11 because Judas wouldn't have been there, right?
Judas would have been gone then, yeah.
So, yeah, if you want to look at that and let me know what you think of that, I would definitely appreciate that, man.
Actually, that's my question as well. Let me ask this question. Well, there's two questions. First of all, I wanted to mention something about what you said last night about that top scientist. Have you read both these books, LJ?
I've got all of his books. Yeah, I've read.
Oh, okay, because I got both these books. I want to read them.
He's written more than two.
I'm only going to get his two most famous ones, and that's on the Cell, and the other one's on.
The signature in the Cell, the Return of the God Hypothesis, and Darwin's Doubt, which are the three main ones that he's.
Did you read? Have you got Darwin's Doubt as well?
Yeah, I've read it. I find it very complicated. I think his work is fascinating.
I'm gonna read
on my level of study, but I love Stephen Meyer. I think he's brilliant.
No, I did a lot
James
of John
Todd.
Lennox, but I'm definitely gonna look at it.
James Tour, yeah.
James Tour, yeah.
They work together, all three of them.
Yeah, I haven't studied too much of Tor, but I know Tor.
So, how do we go from so if we say Christians, should they do this, and then you say yes? My question would be this then: when Jesus was with them and he said, "Keep doing this in remembrance of me," was he talking to them, or what makes us think he was talking to all Christians?
Well, Matthew chapter 28 says. Gives a command to teach them all the things I've taught you to observe. So that's one of the first commands.
Okay, that's not bad. Look at
John chapter 6 says that unless John chapter 6, unless you eat of my flesh and drink of my. I know I want to steal your thunder because you got a glorify halo behind you. So I think it's time for me to just. So John chapter 6.
So that's how we can tie the connection that it's not just limited to those in the room, because he says my commandments and so on and so on. So there is that sort of inference. Okay, cool.
Right. Well then
I think the key is in John 6.
Yeah, well, not only that, but I would say, because even you quoted from 1 Corinthians 11 over there, and obviously we know if Paul was doing it, that was already outside of that circle, and then he was talking to a group of Christians at another congregation, right? So they were
I'm going to read
over there.
I'm going to read you 1 Corinthians 11:27. It says, after Paul is kind of referred to actually, let me read 23 to 27, and then Gavin, you fire
Yes,
away.
because
So
I
it
want to
says,
pick up 6 because that was the
Yeah.
controversial point. Go ahead.
Okay, so it says, "For I have received of the Lord that which I also deliver unto you, that the Lord Jesus, the same night in which he was betrayed, took bread. And when he gave thanks, he brake it and said, Take, eat, this is my body, this is that which is broken for you. This do in remembrance of me. After the same manner, he also took the cup, which he supped, saying, This is the cup of the New Testament in my blood. This do ye as oft as you drink it, in remembrance of me. For as often as you eat this bread and drink this cup, you do show the Lord's death till he comes." So actually, he's saying, really do it all the time. But then verse 27, whosoever shall eat this bread and drink this cup of the Lord unworthily shall be guilty of the body and blood of the Lord. So what he's saying, so this is something that he's not referring to just the disciples there. He has to be referring to other people that would be taking this. So I think that he makes it clear that there is a verse 28, but let a man examine himself and let him eat of that bread. So he's let a man of the bread and drink of the cup. For he that eateth and drinketh unworthily, he's keeping on.
Yeah.
So I think
now, you know what? Can I make a point? I'm sorry, but that point right there, he's saying every man is supposed to examine himself. If you're already witness to, when you get baptized, the whole doctrine point about specific people, and nobody would have to tell you because you would just know, right? I think his point is about walking in sin and whether you're doing right or wrong, because they say to take note of what the body of Christ is, but isn't the body of Christ the whole congregation of Christian believers? And I'm not saying like all the false believers. I'm just talking about whatever is acceptable to Christ. It would be the body of believers, right? Either you're truly belonging to that or you're doing something, even if you're hanging on to it and you're walking in sin, right? It kind of like that. If you're walking in sin, but then you're partaking of the blood and the wine, that's a bit of a problem, right?
I think you probably want to change it from walking into sin into willful sin.
Well, into willful sin. Okay, but the point is you're doing wrong and then partaking of the emblems when you ought not be doing that.
That's exactly what it's saying. You're bringing just judgment upon yourself, knowing that you're living a hypocritical life.
Right, LJ? but that's what I'm saying is that's not really supporting the position of just the 144,000 thing.
No. Bring the dog back, man. Bring the dog back. It's much handsome.
No, I want to see LJ. So LJ, this is the controversial thing, because now actually, if I look at your stance, and you were to say, can a Christian? Answers yes. And then if you would say, would a Christian? From your perspective, I would say again the answer is yes.
I think
can a Christian? Would a Christian? Excuse me.
I think can a Christian? Would a Christian? Are both
should
yes.
a Christian? You would say yes.
Should a Christian? I would say no.
Even though you just read from Corinthians.
Yeah, but it's two different conversations. Two different conversations going.
Yeah, I'm talking about.
One second. The reason why I say that is, the reason I say that is because in Corinthians, in 11 verse 26, the command is to do it until he comes. So why would you exclude should?
Because we're
He's talking about the Passover date itself. Yeah, the Passover.
I'm talking about should Christians celebrate Easter? Should Christians engage or partake in the breaking of bread and drinking of the blood? Yes. Should they do it at Easter and only Easter? Should they engage in the festival of Easter? That's what I would say no to. Whether Christian.
Okay, because for your own reasons, you feel it should be done daily or weekly or whatever it might be, right?
Because I'm holding down to literally the Easter being the death, burial, and resurrection, the of the physical date that Jesus died. Should people do this? Yes, they should partake in that. Can they do that on the day that Jesus died? Would it be wrong if they only did it when on that particular date? Probably. I think that they should be doing it more often than that.
So it
But
shouldn't be
but
can
limited
they
to the
celebrate Easter?
Passover date.
perspective,
It shouldn't be
regardless of
limited
whether
to
they
that.
do it
I'm
daily,
only
weekly, or yearly, from your perspective, can they do it? Your answer is yes. Should they do it? Your answer is yes. But then you might stipulate, you might feel it might be more frequent. But nonetheless,
Hmm.
the essence of it is, can they? Yes. Should they? Yes. And if you look at it within the sort of the junction of that scripture, the mention is there, do this until I come, right? That's the
Yeah.
injunction.
Hmm.
And that's my controversy.
I'm lost.
Yeah, I'm not.
It's because the controversy is this. This is the controversial point. And I'm not saying this for the sake of being controversial. Just by the
I
way.
just want to say, Baz, come to Jesus, he'll help, man.
So please don't think I came on to have a chat with you just to, upset the apple cart or be controversial. Just because I have a perspective. That's not the case. That's not my intention at all. But there's an end point to it, because I'm sure you would agree that when Jesus comes, no one's going to be doing the Passover, right?
I was ready to come, but yeah.
Would you agree with that, LJ? That when Jesus comes, no one's going to be doing the Passover after that?
What, as in
think
taking
so.
the blood and the wine?
Correct.
Yeah. Sorry, the blood and the wine, the wine and the bread.
Because he's saying, do it
Until I come.
till I come.
Yeah. Well, actually, Jesus does say, "I won't drink of the wine until I drink of it with you in
The new kingdom.
the new kingdom."
Yeah, but he
So
did say of the vine, so that could be in a
I'm
different
not sure
context.
that necessarily
Yeah.
I'm sure that doesn't reference like doing the celebration of Jesus' death, burial, and resurrection. At that time, he's just talking about he's not going to partake of something until.
But if we take
So
this
yeah,
at
I
face,
would say
yeah,
that it
we
that
take
it
it at
would be
face
until
value.
Jesus comes. Yeah.
A Christian can, a Christian should do it certainly until Jesus comes, and that's
Yeah.
Well,
that's
you know what,
that's
though?
that's the
Um,
I'll land by saying this. That's the controversial point. Is that there was a time where I believed that I should be involved, even though as a bystander, as one of Jehovah's Witnesses, because you don't really actually partake, you just kind of pass it down the line. But the point is since I've left a Jehovah's Witnesses for the last 8-9 years, I've never ever celebrated, got involved with any facet of the Passover, bread or the wine. And I suppose maybe that's where my reticence comes from. If when you ask the question, and I can actually see it from your perspective clearly, because it's not ambiguous. It's pretty plain. If you were to stand for your position and say, can a Christian, and you say yes emphatically, should a Christian, and you say yes emphatically. And my belief is we don't have to do it because Jesus came, he returned. And so I'm not under obligation to do it at all. And in fact, I have no desire to or want to.
Yeah.
But I've heard people
So that is
actually
a
say to
different
me,
perspective. Yeah.
of
we're
course,
now
that's why I
going
say
into
it is
we're
controversial,
now
but
going
the
into
essence is the same if you look at it. Because from your perspective, you're saying definitely, and then it will cease when Jesus comes. I'm saying the same thing, but it's just two different eschatologies. That's all.
Again, I think that you can celebrate the death, burial, and resurrection of Jesus Christ as a festival, as a time, without having to partake in bread and wine.
In what way?
You just it is a festival of time that you're acknowledging that Jesus died, buried, and resurrected. I don't think that there has to necessarily be any kind of tradition or thing that you have to do. I just think that we are talking about a physical period of time when Jesus was alive, that he then died, was buried, and resurrected, and that we acknowledge that during that time. I don't think that there has to be any particular fundamental way that that's done. I just think that Christians can do it in all different ways, in whatever way they feel like that it for me, when my dad passed away, my auntie passed away not that long ago, and I actually had a conversation with some of my cousins, and they've gone and visited the grave since she passed away, and I have one cousin that hasn't. She decided not to do so, and my dad passed away 15 years ago now, and I've never been to the grave, not once, but I know people that go to the graveside on a daily basis, or on a weekly basis, or a monthly, or whatever, or yearly, even a yearly, like birthdays or the anniversary of the death. I've never been. So but I do acknowledge the day that my dad died.
Sure.
But I acknowledge it in my way.
Okay.
For whatever.
And that's why you kind of
whatever
feel
way
it.
that I do.
Yeah. Okay. I see what you're
And
saying.
other people do it in a different way. They acknowledge.
Yeah, no, I see what you're saying. That's actually a very modest, a moderate way of putting it without insisting.
Yeah.
Can I ask you two
I'm
questions?
just saying that there's no physical. There's no there. I don't think that there's any command, and I don't think that there's any specifics about how to do it. Maybe you could argue this, the bread and wine, but you could then argue that Jesus has come, and so he hasn't got to be done it. So even if you took that out, I still think that today it can still be acknowledged at the time that Jesus died, buried, and resurrected.
Hold on, LJ. You just said you don't think there's any command, but you just read First Corinthians 11, Paul saying that the Lord gave me that I should do this and do. So in itself, we have two witnesses, the apostles.
Yeah, but again, we're not going to conflate doing this on something that remembers Jesus and the specific of Easter that we're talking about today.
Sorry, I don't understand.
That is a conflation, because whether I believe that we should break bread and to partake in wine on a regular basis or a daily basis or whatever is still irrelevant to the point that I'm talking about of the particular time of year.
Okay, so we're talking about time and okay, I understand now. Good. When we get it clear.
I'm only interested, and I have only been interested in these 3 days of the year when Jesus died, buried, and was resurrected physically. Are Christians able to make that a celebratory period of time in the calendar, or should they not be partaking in that?
I didn't get that argument in the first place.
Speaking,
if I had, I wouldn't have said what I said.
They can and should until Jesus comes. That's the caveat.
As I said,
but
I didn't get that understanding.
Yeah, if Jesus has already come, because obviously you're holding to a preterist kind of belief system, then it still wouldn't stop you from actually partaking in some kind of celebration of the death, burial, and resurrection.
I did it yesterday.
Of Jesus.
Well, what I'm saying is am I correct in saying if I read it at face value, it's like Jesus. He sits at the right hand of God until he hands over the kingdom. That's the caveat. So
yeah,
something changes the moment he hands over the kingdom. So in the same way, Christians are being told they can and should do this until Jesus comes. So
Mhm.
if there's a belief that he has come, well, there is no commandment, there is no prerequisite, because you
And
and this is my question I want to ask you. This is the interesting question. Two questions. One about your personal perspective, and then a sort of a deeper one. So from your perspective, you might feel, and I'm not knocking it at all, because I'm saying I can understand why you taking and making the stand that you do.
mhm,
Why for you would you feel it's something that you would want to do daily? Is the first question.
I don't partake in it daily.
Do you feel it's something that that could be done, or do you feel it should? So what I'm saying is, do you feel more comfortable with um, negotiating the idea that if you are involved in this particular celebration, that it would be more fitting to do it daily as opposed to yearly?
Again, the I can separate. I'm really I'm separating them between the physical time of year of Jesus's literal death, burial, and resurrection, and the daily, weekly, monthly command, or whatever that
Sure.
is, to acknowledge that Jesus died, buried, and resurrected. I still believe that I'm really focusing just on the actual festival itself.
No, I accept that. I'm asking, you don't have to answer, but do you think it would be more appropriate for you to negotiate um, doing that on a daily or weekly basis as opposed to a yearly thing?
Right. So let's say that I was doing it on a daily basis. Okay.
Sure.
So I remember my father every single day of every day. There is not a day that goes by that I don't remember, that I don't
Okay.
think
All
about
right.
my dad and
Okay.
remember him. But then there
Mm,
is a period of time when he physically died that comes
mm,
around once a year, every year, and
mm.
there is a difference on that day for
Sure.
me, in a way, not that I view it, but but it is a physical time of year that he died. There is
Sure.
only one day of the year that he died.
But for
And
you, it's
so while I remember him every day, there is
sure.
there is just a celebration of his death on the day that he died.
Okay. So for you, it's
And I
like
do
you
acknowledge that
might not
further
celebrate it
than
every day, but you're
any
cognizant
other
of
day.
that fact every day. So you might not celebrate it every day, but you're cognizant of that fact. In the same way with your
Yeah,
father,
I don't
each day
celebrate
you're
his
cognizant of
death
the
every
fact of
day.
what Jesus did for you.
Well, I think I acknowledge Jesus' death, burial, and resurrection every day, in the fact
No,
that I
I
proclaim him every
No, I actually like that, because what you're saying is that you don't have to have a piece of bread and a cup in your hand to
day.
acknowledge that Jesus died. I like that. So my
Yeah, I
last
don't.
question before I
I
go.
don't think I have to.
My last question before I go. Why do you think Jesus asked them to commemorate it?
What his that period of time,
Yeah.
the
So, for
death, burial, and
example, when he's
resurrection.
so there's two perspectives to it, right? So if the one perspective is this, keep doing this until I return 3,000 years later,
Mm-hmm.
then I don't see the relevance or urgency of it. But if he would have asked them, keep doing this in remembrance of me, and his arrival or his return is 40 years later, does it have more or less relevance, or is it irrelevant as to whether one's doing this for thousands of years later, as
Mm.
opposed to, and I
I think
suppose it's a
I
hard
think it's
question to
just
ask,
as
like,
relevant.
why would he say it? Go ahead.
I think it's just as relevant to them as it is to me, because that return could be at any time. So while they're doing it on looking for the return of Jesus, so am I, in the exact same way, because
Do you
I
do
think
do
that
do
I'm
do do,
waiting.
do you think he instituted that because it would be a reminder to keep them reminded to be cognizant and wary of his return, arrival, or coming?
Right, but in the same way that it would remind me that his return is coming. Jesus, why were the Jews 2,000 years later still celebrating the Passover, something that happened 2,000 years later?
Well, they're not Jews, so they're just imitations. They're not Jews. That's the first thing. 2,000 years later.
First century Jews, basically.
I'm talking about the Jews at
the time of Christ.
First century Jews are still
Oh,
celebrating.
I thought you said 2,000 years. I beg your pardon. Gavin, your question was very pertinent, and I think, Elder, you need to think about that himself.
I do, but the God, at the time of Jesus, people were still celebrating the time of the Exodus. Mm-hmm. It was still something that they were remembering. It was something they had to do every year as a remembrance of that particular event. Now, there was also things that they looked forward to. That promise of the Messiah coming was given to Eve. Do you think that Eve was an expectance of the Messiah? Possibly. Was King David? Because she said
when she gave birth to is it Seth or Abel? One of them. She said
birth to the man of the Lord.
Yeah, but go ahead.
Yeah, but King David was still expectant of the Messiah.
Yeah, but so you are conflating two things in one.
Jews in the first century are still expecting the Messiah. We're expecting the Messiah. They missed him, but they were still expecting the Messiah. So something that is instituted and promised back then is still being acknowledged and accepted every single day. So yes, because Jesus says this to the disciples does not necessitate that there has to be any conclusion to it.
Oh, no, there has to be. You yourself as a astute individual acknowledges that when Daniel was told to seal the book until the Messiah, until that specific time, that in itself in Daniel's was only hypothetically less than 500 years. Okay, we say 400 and something, but less than 500 years. But then you yourself acknowledge that in Revelations, when it said, don't seal the book because in a short while. Now, here's, unless we've been, I know we're not, I don't want it to digress, but it's all got to do with the same thing. It's a big picture. Well, it's not, because your question was, do Christians need to celebrate? So you may have to give me a little bit of latency here. All right, a little burst. Okay, so how would you then explain the mandate to John in Revelations about don't seal this book, and comparing it with the Revelation with Daniel?
But Daniel,
how would you explain it?
Right. So it's how I would understand it and how I would explain it. Whether you agree with it or not.
You know I'm not going to agree with it already, so put that caveat there.
How I would explain it. In Daniel, the specific time is given. We have the 49 weeks of Daniel. So there is no adding to that. It is sealed that it would be 49 weeks. The Messiah would come at that particular time, and it was sealed that was not going to change. It was a set time. The reason why it's open in the book of Revelation is because there's no set time.
It actually there was, and that's a well-versed individual like you are. You understand the difference in words, the different notions in words. Which
shortly take place is a time, surely.
It's definitely a time. It's it's not even. Go ahead.
No,
I'm saying what's communicated to John is because what's communicated to Daniel is it's sealed and that he wouldn't know.
The time is.
Let me go to Daniel. Yeah. Give me a second. Let me go to Daniel.
The time is set in Daniel, whereas I don't believe that it's set.
Well, that's just the thing. There's nothing to include that Revelation. When you say the time is set, that it relates to 49 weeks. I want to go to the words in Daniel. One moment.
I'll go to the words in
Are you talking about the
Revelation.
70 weeks?
So
Yeah, the
70
70
weeks of Daniel. Yeah, the 70 weeks of Daniel. Yeah, I'm talking about the 7 sevens of weeks, and then the So the set time is done. It is set by God, and they totally missed their Messiah coming.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't believe that there's any set period of time in
Revelation.
In Revelation. I don't believe that there's any set time that Jesus is return. It was set for.
And I think that whole thing, like if you're saying things that must shortly take place, that could look. I think if Jesus saying shortly, like that whole thing about them saying a day is as 1,000 years and 1,000 years is as a day. So to them, they could be talking about a somewhat long time to
No,
us.
we're stretching
to
it.
them, they are saying it shortly. From
we're
God's
stretching it.
point of view, it won't be that long.
No. Then this comes down to Jesus has never been clear to his apostles, and he led his apostles to believe something that they thought he was coming, because that's why I always point to the book of First Thessalonians. Go ahead.
What disciple believed?
Thank you. That's why I always point. That's why I always point to First Thessalonians chapter 1 and verse 9 and 10, when the Apostle Paul categorically told the Thessalonians, listen, I hear this good stuff being blah, blah, blah about you. Wait.
Baz, can I just read something?
Go ahead.
It's quite pivotal. I just want to read the difference between the words, because I know, LJ, you mentioned that perhaps you felt that the words were sealed because it relates to the 79 weeks. But that's not the case at all. I just want to read the difference between the two, because the actual language is very similar. I'm going to read, first of all, Daniel 12, because there's two references, and it says this. Let me just go there. So in Daniel 12:4, it says, shut up the words and seal the book until the time of the end. And then in 12:9, it says, the words are shut up and sealed until the time of the end. So there's no reference to 79 weeks. It's just, this is the book. You got to shut the words up. It's going to be sealed.
They've already been referenced. That's the point, is that the timeline has already been included in the book. So there's nothing going to be added to it. It's already instituted in the time, already instituted in the book.
No, I understand, but what I'm saying is you can't extrapolate and say, oh, that's a reference to the 70 weeks. That's not what's been spoken of. It's spoken of wholesale of the book, the whole book. It says, shut up the words of the whole book.
Exactly, because the book is a prophecy of the coming of the Son of Man. The vast majority, there's nothing going to be added to that. And within
I understand, but if you're saying
there is a prophecy,
I understand, but if you're saying I understand, but what you're saying is all 12 chapters. Now, if you want to say that there's a major component or part that has to do with Christ, I have no issue with that. But when you take a look at what's been spoken of, there's no reference to any particulars. It's just saying this book, the whole book, everything in the book.
I fully agree. The whole book, which includes.
Okay, so if we just take it at face value and we say, okay, so if we take it at face value then, and we don't extrapolate and say it must pertain to 79 weeks, or it must pertain to X, Y, or Z. Look, the truth is that when you take a look at the application of the first century Christian writers, they actually say none of the men of old knew what they were writing. It was not revealed to them. It's only revealed to us through God's Spirit. So because of that, you can't argue that Daniel knew what he was writing about, because 500 years later, these Christians rock up and they say, actually, God did not reveal it to the men of old. It's revealed to us through his powerful Holy Spirit.
It's irrelevant.
So that would lead you to the conclusion that when Daniel writes the book and God says, listen, Daniel, shut the whole book up, it's going to be sealed. But then he gives a caveat. Remember, just like keep chomping on the bread and wine until Christ comes. Yeah, Daniel has been told to shut the books up. They're going to be sealed until the time of the end. And when you
Right.
go in the New Testament, every person and his dog says they're living in the time of the end, which is more than coincidental. So Daniel has to, in effect, really, 500 years pass. The book gets sealed, it gets shut up, and only 500 years later does the book get revealed in terms of the understanding, because through God's Holy Spirit, they now understand. But take a look at what the
Which is
scripture in Revelation says.
which is irrelevant to
And
whether
this is the
Daniel
difference.
understood it or not.
In
But it's
Revelation, it
irrelevant to
says,
whether Daniel knows it or not.
Jesus says to John, do not seal the words of this prophecy,
Mhm.
for the time is near. Do you see the difference?
Right. And there is an open end to the book
I
of
think
Revelation.
I crashed.
I think that there is an open end to the gospel, to the book of Revelation, that there isn't in Daniel. It's irrelevant to me whether Daniel understands it or not.
This is why I said your words. You look at the words, and the words which was used
Did
in
you see the
many
difference in
places.
Revelation? So if you look at the words of Daniel, he's told, shut it up and seal it until the time of the end. That's 500 years later.
Yeah, but Daniel doesn't know that.
Of course he doesn't know it. And that's what the first century Christians are saying. He doesn't know whether it's 5 million years later. All he knows
Yeah, nobody knows.
is he doesn't understand anything because the words are sealed and shut up.
Because they're sealed and shut.
No problem.
But the time of the Messiah has been set. That's the point. Is that even though they don't know of the prophecy or understand it. In fact, actually, there's somebody that
you
did
know that
misunderstand.
now, LJ. You look when you say the statement that you made about the Messiah. You know that retrospectively.
Because it's hindsight.
But
You're
if
using
you were
hindsight.
living in Daniel's day, you'd know jack. You'd know nothing. You would be as dumb as Daniel. So when you look at whatever Daniel wrote, if what Paul's saying is true, nothing in Daniel
Right.
was revealed to anyone in that time.
Right.
You, along with Daniel, would be dead, not knowing
The
the difference
timeline
as
is
to
still
whether.
set.
Go
The
ahead.
timeline is still set. Is physically set within the prophecy, regardless of whether they understand it or not. It is set in there, and it will happen at the time that is set.
No, I understand that, but do you recognize that you can only see that now in retrospect? But if you were in Daniel's days, you'd see nothing.
Irrelevant. Why was that relevant? Why is that?
Because it gives the understanding. So yes,
but
you are right. Wait, 1 minute, Gavin.
Let me say one more relevant thing.
No,
let me say one more relevant thing.
Go ahead.
Now, the thing is this. The understanding of Daniel actually wasn't revealed to you, LJ. The only reason you know what happened retrospectively is because God revealed it to first century Christians. If God didn't reveal it to first century Christians, you would not know the difference 2,000 years later.
Right. But we do have the revelation of that.
Exactly. And now in retrospect, you can. But what you can't do
is now
you
I
can't
can go back and look at the book of Daniel and say that there is a set period of time that was closed in the book of Daniel. There is no such closure in and set time in the book of Revelation.
Okay, can I ask you this? Let me ask you this fundamental question. When the Bible says, when God says to Daniel, it's going to be sealed and shut up, what do you believe that means?
It means that God has set a period of time that he is he's going to bring about the Messiah that is set and it is not going to change. It is a sealed fact that it will be after the period of time that he has decreed it to be.
Okay, so if that's your argument in retrospect, can I ask you this? Did Daniel know that?
No.
So would it be sealed to Daniel and shut to Daniel?
It would be shut to everybody. It's just physically nothing is going to be, there is no change to the time scale that the Messiah would come.
No, I understand your argument for change in terms of the Messiah, etc. I understand it. I acknowledge it. I
Right.
recognize it. So
So
I'm
I
saying
don't.
I acknowledge and
Rele-
recognize what you're saying. Now, setting
Mhm.
that aside, I'm asking you, did Daniel understand what you just described to me?
No, and irrelevant.
So if you're saying what's relevant, you looking at things
Mhm.
retrospectively, is it's about the
Mhm.
shutting up and the sealing of
Of
this
course.
thing being set in stone about Christ? You
Yep.
feel that's the relevance, right?
I
Looking at
believe
things in
that, yeah. Why
sorry?
wouldn't we be looking at something in retrospect, seeing that it's being revealed?
No, I
Right.
understand,
So why
but you
don't
the real relevance. And I'm saying no problem. I don't have an issue with that. Now, setting that aside,
Mhm.
I'm asking the question, given your perspective, looking back in hindsight, which you only have because God revealed this to the first century Christians, of
Right.
which you would know nothing.
Right.
Because none of us would know anything if God didn't reveal it to the first century Christians. Do you agree or disagree with that point? Actually, let me ask you.
Well, I would agree that there are certain prophecies that God has revealed that he had not explained within the context of the writings that were written. So when the prophecy of the virgin birth was given, there
Paul
was
is
no
saying Paul is saying that they knew nothing. Are you saying that
what do you mean
Paul's
they don't
statement where he
know
was saying it's only been
nothing
revealed to us? Are you saying that there might have been people who understood the book of Daniel?
No, I don't, and I don't see the point of it.
Okay, so the point I'm asking this wholesale.
Hmm.
Did Daniel know what he was writing? Did he have an understanding of what he was writing?
I don't know how
According
many
to
times I
Paul.
can say that Daniel doesn't know the answer to
Okay,
that.
cool.
That
Okay,
he doesn't know the 14 the set time that the Messiah is coming.
okay, no problem. That's the one aspect. Do you acknowledge the other aspect that something being shut or sealed also has to do with the understanding, or do you want to ignore that completely?
What does that mean that it's shut and sealed as in the understanding? No, I don't think so.
So you don't agree with that?
No.
Okay, that's okay. Look, I'm asking your perspective. If your perspective is no, you do not believe that Daniel being shut and sealed has to do with understanding. I'm just saying that I think it's plausible and reasonable to believe
I
that
think
because
it reveals to what is written inside is set.
yes, and I'm arguing that the revealing comes 500 years later. Do you agree with that?
I agree that the revelation of it comes with first century Jews. Yeah.
Fine. So 500 years later, so
Mhm.
okay, cool. But the thing is, you don't want to associate the words shut and sealed with the revelation because your argument is that those words are not pertaining to the revelation. It's pertaining to to this whole thing about Christ being set in stone.
Why
That's
would it matter? Why wouldn't they not be? Why couldn't they be both be referring to the same thing? The time of the revelation of Daniel is going to be at the time of the Messiah, which is already set within the book.
So let me ask you this question: if you retrospectively see,
I'll ask you, no, before you ask me a question, Garrett, let me ask you a question.
go ahead.
Could Jesus have come at any other time than the time that he came?
No, because the Bible is emphatic and actually speaks about an appointed time. So
Right. So is the time set in the book of Daniel?
I think from God's perspective, prophetically, absolutely, yes.
Right. So could God have changed that time that the Messiah would come?
Well, if he prophesies it, the answer is absolutely no.
Right.
Why would he
So the
prophesy?
sealing of the book, right. So the sealing of the book of Daniel is because God has set the period of time between Daniel and the coming of the Messiah. He has set that period of time. There is no, he has sealed it because there can be no change. That is the timeline from Daniel to Jesus. there wouldn't be another time that Jesus would come.
And I'm agreeing with you. I'm not arguing with you at all in any shape or form. So if that's the point you're making, absolutely. Because as we look at it back retrospectively now in hindsight, absolutely. My only question I'm asking, setting that aside, did Daniel know what he was writing about? The answer is no. Paul confirms that whatever Daniel wrote, I'm not talking about God, I'm not talking about God's
What's that
prophecy.
got to do with? I don't understand the relevance to whether Daniel knew that the Messiah was going to come at that set period of time or not.
The relevance is this, and it's a point you might choose not to contemplate, acknowledge, or even agree with. I'm saying from a different perspective, having agreed with you on your perspective, I'm saying the different perspective is that I'm arguing, and I don't think it's a false argument. I'm arguing, and it's not conjecture, that Daniel didn't understand what he was writing. And that's confirmed by Paul. Because Paul's saying God revealed it to us. Now,
the problem with Gavin, seriously, the problem with you is you get focused on one particular thing, and it's irrelevant to whether I agree or disagree with your point. You're just going to keep reiterating it.
No, I know.
The thing which Gavin is not doing is he's not landing. You're not landing.
You said you don't agree that the sealing and shut up means that it pertains to him not understanding. It's okay. I'm not trying to change your mind.
So what does it matter whether
okay? So this is my point. So moving on.
Or not?
Okay.
All right. Does it matter?
Okay,
does it matter whether Daniel knew or not? Whether at the time of the Messiah coming?
Because of this point. So moving on, now that we know the two perspectives. 1 second. Moving on, we're going to move on now that we know the two perspectives. The point I was trying to make was this: in Revelation, you see, because if we understand and acknowledge the truthfulness of the fact that, from Paul's perspective, they didn't know, and it took 500 years. From a timing perspective, when Jesus speaks to John, he does the exact opposite. He says to not shut it up or seal it. And then he gives the reason. He says, because the time is near.
Right. And that's got a lot to do with what he's trying to establish 2 points. Daniel didn't know that the time was near.
The time was not near, but Jesus explicitly says to John, don't seal, don't shut up, keep it open, because the time is near.
And the apostles knew the time was near, because that's why I said...
They all said that. The time is near, it's the last hour.
Exactly.
It's coming shortly.
No. Paul says that he refers to the fact that whether Jesus returns before he dies or after he dies. So Paul doesn't include himself in the people that are going to see Jesus returning back. He says that he could be, but he may not be, because he doesn't know. Because no man knows apart from the Father. The Father is the only person that knows.
You've got a point there, but that's still not irrelevant. That point, whether Paul,
that doesn't mean he's excluded himself.
Okay.
No, he doesn't exclude himself, because what he's saying is that it can be at any time. So be ready, because it can happen at any time. It can happen now.
No,
it can happen in the future. You must be
this is
ready.
when he says any time, and you look at the words that have been used, the time relevance words.
It means imminent.
Things that must shortly take place. Soon, things that must happen soon. Very, very short.
No,
the language is not the same as Daniel.
No,
seal it up.
There's no necessity of having to be ready within the next 40 years. There's nothing that demands that in the Greek.
What about words like the last hour? What do you think that means?
Let's go to the verse which you want to use, Kevin.
Okay, let me look that up. 1 moment.
See, the problem that you got is, obviously you're coming from this point of view that Jesus has returned already, and so it has to be, this near has to be within the context of the the book of John, of the book of Revelation. Now
No.
you're dependent. You're dependent. Both of you are
First John,
dependent
No,
on the
it's
gospel, on the book of Revelation being written prior to
no,
prior to
I'm
no,
just saying the language.
no.
So
I wish I
when,
could
when
speak.
John says in First John 2 verse 18, it's the last hour. What do you think he means?
where are we going?
First John 2:18.
So who's the false Christ?
You know who these are, LJ. Don't do that. You know who these are. Please don't do that to me and yourself.
Who's the false
You
Christ?
know that many the last conversation about 6 months ago, we covered the situation about the Egyptian who was a false Christ. There was another Jesus who was a false Christ. There was other people who led people to death.
Listen, that's a good question, Baz. Allow me to answer that.
These weren't prior to 70 AD, though, Baz.
Hold on, let me answer that. That's a really good question for this reason. Now, Baz, this is the interesting thing that one needs to consider. And one of the probably the main criticisms that Muslims will have against Jesus is that he was a false prophet. You see, because when Jesus said that you're going to see false Christs, he was speaking to these people, it was audience relevance. He says, you will see the false Christ. If there were no false Christs, that makes Jesus a false prophet.
A liar to his disciples.
It makes him a false prophet. Because, and if he says something and it doesn't come true, they'd have to stone him to death. Because remember, Jesus was also acknowledged and recognized not as just the Son of God or the Messiah, but very, very importantly, he was recognized as a prophet. In fact, he was prophesied to be a prophet.
Not for 10,000 years later.
Right. So I'm looking at the Greek of 1 John 2:8 and 2:18, and actually, what you could actually translate, what the Greek there could read, this is the final season. It doesn't necessitate that what we're talking about is a literal time now. This is now, the Messiah has already come. We are now in that final season of that time to coming from the Messiah. There's nothing now to happen from the Messiah coming to the time of his return. There's nothing more prophesied within that, in that sense.
Then you have to establish, LJ, what is a season according to biblical canon? Because if we're going to use it in the English way, we're definitely going to get usurped. So what is a season in the biblical canon? And what does it say there? When you look at season?
The season is the messianic season, is the time of the Messiah to the time of his return. That is the time that we are in. We are in the season of the Christ who has come, and we are waiting for his return.
That's not a biblical season. Then it means that the 2,000 years from Adam to Noah was a season. Then another 2,000. That's not a biblical season.
No. That wouldn't be classified as a season, because what you're doing is you're arbitrarily taking 2 points of time and saying that this is a season. What I'm saying is that there are 2 points of time that are not arbitrary, which is the coming of Christ and the return of Christ. Those are set. That is a period. There is a period of time between these 2 distinct points that are not arbitrary points of time.
From the King James, 1 John 2:18.
Yeah, you can read that.
I'll make a respond back afterwards.
Just give me. I want to read the whole of 1 John 2 verse 18. Okay, now look what it says.
Yeah.
Because the context will give you the thing. He's saying here, young children, it's the last hour.
Mm-hmm.
That's the statement he makes, right?
Yeah,
then he says,
you're taking last. Obviously, you're taking. Well, it actually says in the King James, it says that it's the last time, not the last hour.
Let's go with that. Young. Wait, let me turn to the King James. Give me a second. Let me go to the King James.
It says the last time. Doesn't say
Oh,
the
let
last.
me open up the King James. 1 John 2:18. Here we go. Little children, it is the last time. And as ye have heard that Antichrist shall come, even now are there many Antichrists.
Mhm.
So he's confirming it. He was saying, you heard that the Antichrist was come, but he actually goes on to say that it's actually not just a singular. He's saying even now there are many Antichrists. And then he
Right.
says,
He's not denying that
but
there
look
is
at
a
the
singular.
qualifier.
He's not
Wait, give me
saying
a
that.
second.
He's not denying that there is a singular Antichrist to come.
No, I know you're not. But,
Saying that
but
there
let me,
are Antichrists already that have come.
no,
but
I understand it.
in fact, actually, I would say that he is distinguishing between. But
okay, but let me just look at the context. First of all, he's saying, look, heads up, it's the last time, it's the last hour. And he's saying, this is how you know. He said, you know that obviously Jesus spoke of false Christ. He's saying, so the Antichrists have come, and he says, and even now, right now, it's happening right now. There are many Antichrists. Now look what he says. He says, whereby we know that it's the last time.
right.
So
It
he's
is.
saying, listen, it is the last hour. It's the last time.
No, he's saying it's the last time. You're taking a different translation. You're using the King James and then implying the hour back into the King James. The King James doesn't say last hour. It says the last time.
Okay.
The last time
All right,
is
so
messianic time.
no.
No,
What-
you're putting
sorry,
messianic
okay,
time
listen,
in there.
I'm so sorry, but he's not saying it's the message. He's saying this. He's saying this. He's saying, it's the last time.
Mhm.
And then he's saying, how do we know it's the last time? How do we know we're living in the last time?
Mhm.
He's saying because of the Antichrist, and it's now. He's saying now is the last time.
No.
And then he says, and we know it's the last time. How do they know it's the last time?
because Antichrist.
That's my question to you, LJ.
Because
How
the
does
Messiah has
John-
come and the Antichrist, and there are Antichrists there, but he is still referring to a specific Antichrist that is to come, and we know that Antichrists are already here, but it doesn't necessitate that the Antichrist has already come.
But he's not talking about the Antichrist to come. He's talking about the Antichrist that are already there.
Yeah,
Exactly.
He's not talking future.
right. So he is saying that Antichrists are already there.
Yes, but you just said an Antichrist to come.
About the one that is to come.
Which one? Where does that
No,
say
but
that?
he's not speaking of an Antichrist to come, LJ. He's saying to them, look, the qualifier to know that they're living in the last time
He's
is
literally
this.
distinguishing between the Antichrists that are there now and the one that is to come.
Okay, don't say nothing, Gavin. Gavin, hold on. Let me hear LJ's point. No, Gavin, hold on.
Go ahead.
Can you explain to me, LJ, where it's saying about an Antichrist to come?
It doesn't.
In the verse, it literally says
where in the verse does it say Antichrist to come?
In that, well, it doesn't say that in that verse.
It doesn't. It says you have heard the Antichrist shall come. Even now, there's many Antichrists. It didn't say there's another Antichrist to come.
You have heard that Antichrist, singular, shall come. Even now, there are many Antichrists, plural. So he is referring to Antichrists that are here, but you have heard about the Antichrist that shall come. There is a distinction between the one, the singular, and the plural that he is referring to.
Okay, if you want to put it that way, then verse 20 answers your question. It says anybody who says Jesus is is not the. Go ahead, man. Go ahead.
No, listen, I'm not gonna.
This has now gone away from the topic of the thing, and you.
Yeah, let's have a different conversation next time, man.
I'm going to say goodnight anyway.
Thank you, LJ, for your time. LJ,
I'm going to listen to what you had to say. I'm really looking forward to it.
We'll have a conversation on that show, a different show about this. Is that all right?
We'll talk about a preterist argumentation in another thing, but we have spent probably an hour on preterism.
To go there.
And I appreciate that.
I was just saying, when you said can and should, I was actually agreeing with you that if your perspective is, because I'm trying to put myself in your shoes, and I'm agreeing with you. I'm saying that from your perspective, you're saying, look, can the Christians do it? Yes. Should they? Yes. And then I just wanted to qualify when you was, that there's a cutoff point, and that's Jesus coming.
And
That's
that's
the
what
thing.
kind of led us into this preterism sense, because you're saying that the cutoff point has already happened. But I still would say that is irrelevant to whether Christians can do it.
Just as long as I didn't come on the show to derail you.
That would change the should do it to can do it. So my focus would be on, can Christians celebrate the death, burial, and resurrection of Jesus? And even if Jesus had come and you can take away the word should, I still believe that the word can is a relevant word that is there, that Christians can celebrate the death, burial, and resurrection, regardless of whether Jesus has come or whether any other arguments against the acknowledgement of Jesus' death, burial, and resurrection within.
Yeah, but there is one slight difference, and I know it comes to a different perspective, and I suppose that's the differentiator. So you might say, okay, even if Jesus comes, then you would celebrate the Passover, but that would depend on whether one believes that on Jesus' return or his coming, that those first century Christians were looking forward to being with Jesus in heaven. And I think that's where a biblical Unitarian, he goes on a different path, because from a biblical Unitarian perspective, they don't believe anyone's going to heaven.
Right.
So for them, Jesus coming, it has to do with them getting immortal, glorified bodies to live on earth.
Right, but that's still why would that still be relevant to being able to celebrate the death, burial, and resurrection day?
Because I believe when you read all the scriptures in the Bible in terms of their sentiment, when they were associating Jesus' return or his coming, what they were looking forward was actually being with Jesus, being like him, having a body like him, being with Jesus in heaven. And so it's a completely different scenario. Why would you? Right. First of all, they were partaking on earth in remembrance of Jesus. And if it's true that he arrives, he comes, well, what are they looking forward to next? Being with Jesus in heaven.
Right. So
that's the difference.
I'm talking about me today in the year 2026. Am I able to partake in a feast or in a celebration festival of the death, burial, and resurrection?
No, absolutely.
Even if Jesus has come, what would it make any difference to me?
Because the subtle but important difference is this: if Jesus comes tomorrow, you don't believe you're going to be with him in heaven, and so for you, if you're not going to be with Jesus as he is in heaven with that indestructible, immortal body that you need to get into the kingdom of the heavens, and you're on earth, and then from your perspective, you might say, okay, let's say Jesus comes, he implements the 1,000 reign or whatever, 1,000-year reign or whatever it might be, or eternity. Are you saying that for eternity, forever long, there might still be people on earth who would want to partake while their king in heaven sets up his kingdom and we feel the effects on earth? It's a different scenario.
No, I don't agree. I don't think, and I wouldn't argue for that. I'm arguing for Christians today. The problem is, Gavin, is you keep doing this with the arguments. Is that you want to word it in such a way that you can attack it. This is just called straw manning, because I'm not making the arguments that you want to attack. But the reason why you want to attack them is because it creates something that you can knock down.
Can I ask you a question? Okay, let me ask you can I ask you a concluding question? And this is your perspective, because I know different people have different perspectives, and I've spoken loosely of biblical Unitarians. But from your perspective, do you believe in any way, when you read the sentiments of first century Christians, that they wanted to be in heaven with Christ?
Again, whether Christians go to heaven or not is still an irrelevant point to whether they can celebrate Easter. That is a completely different topic of whether Christians go to heaven, or whether there is going to be a millennium reign on earth, or whether the new earth is here, or whether it's in heaven. Today, I'm talking about 2026. Christians today, whether Jesus has returned or not, is still irrelevant to what the question of whether Christians today can celebrate Easter, because that's what I'm interested in. So if Jesus is returned in 70 AD, there is still no problem whatsoever in Christians today celebrating the death, burial, and resurrection of Jesus.
And what about those Christians who are looking forward to being in heaven with Christ when He returns? So if He did return, I mean, would they be celebrating the Passover in heaven with Jesus, enthroned with Him?
Again, irrelevant to today, because if they even if they do go to heaven, they'd still be. What's wrong with them doing it today, even if He returned tomorrow? And let's say it stops when Jesus returns and takes them to heaven tomorrow. Today, what would stop them from doing it today? Because you're talking about a time that hasn't happened.
No, your point's a very valid one. Obviously, today, if well, I suppose tomorrow, let's say today they celebrated the Passover, but tomorrow Jesus returned, and there were those who went to heaven. They would have realized they would have self-actualized the promise, their promise, their reward, their hope.
So let's say that happens tomorrow. Jesus returns, takes everybody to heaven who is going to heaven. We've all gone to heaven, and there is no partaking in the Passover. What's that got to do with me today partaking in the Passover?
Well, I'm not saying, LJ, that if Jesus comes tomorrow, everyone's going to heaven. But what I am saying is, if you look at the biblical Unitarian movement, you would ask what happens when Jesus comes. All of them, every one of them, they all say they're going to be on earth forever in indestructible, immortal bodies.
Again, why are you doing this particular thing of straw manning the particular position that we are? This is what you do a lot, Gavin. You change the subject and the position on the argument that somebody is presenting. You are trying to make it about something that it isn't about.
No, it's fine. Listen, I agree with you in essence. From your perspective, I'm not arguing with you. I'm just saying, it's just a different angle. Say if you were to ask me, and I'm giving you my perspective because I have a different view.
Because I'm not asking you the questions that you're bringing up. Whether Jesus comes back tomorrow. Anyway, Baz, thank you very much for being here. Whether Jesus returns tomorrow and takes people to heaven or not is still irrelevant to the point of the Easter today.
Sure. I understand what you're saying.
And that's what I'm interested in.
No, I understand what you're saying. I mean, I get it. You're saying, look, you're only discussing one thing. I'm kind of like thinking...
Yeah, but you're not even focusing or answering the particular point or the question that is in here. You are going off into hypotheticals.
Yeah, I suppose it's because I think what I'm saying is it depends. If you have a different viewpoint or perspective,
I still cannot understand, regardless of whether you believe that Jesus Christ came back in 70 AD, what that has to do with a Christian today celebrating or not the Easter.
Because I don't think it's applicable anymore. That's all. Because I was trying to argue that it's applicable until Jesus comes, and if you believe that Jesus has returned, it's no longer applicable.
You're referring to a different thing. You're referring to the partaking of the blood and the body, the wine and the bread. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about this festival of Easter that represents, or supposedly represents, the death, burial, and resurrection of Jesus Christ, regardless of the the things that people partake within it.
Okay.
It's still I am still a Christian who is alive today, who is still not in heaven and is still not with Christ. So I am a human being alive in 2026, and that is and so it is a relevant question to me in my position.
Definitely, yes. No, I was saying I can see your vantage point, and that's why I
Right. So
yeah,
that's the
definitely,
only
yeah.
question that I would be interested in, and
Sure.
then from there we get the other questions of what can Christians or how
What
should
and how
they celebrate it?
Yeah, no, I
But
get that. I see that.
So before, because I'm gonna finish now, and I
No,
do
that's fine.
appreciate being here and everybody that's been here. So I will just ask you a really basic question. When it comes to the celebration of Jesus' death, burial, and resurrection, can a Christian partake in that?
Yes.
There we go. So we got there eventually. Anyway, I am going to close. I've been.
Hey, I like your shows presented with the background. It's a million times better. Are you going to do that regularly moving forward?
Well, this background.
Any background looks amazing.
Yeah.
You should do all your shows with anything in the background. It looks amazing. Looks great, actually. It looks very slick.
I think I need to get like a green screen because I've just got like a wall and you can see this.
It still looks good. You know, when I was
around
with that, I thought to myself, you got to get a green screen. But even that, it looks great. It looks so much better than the bland white wall. It looks good. It really looks good.
Yeah. It's something that I'm going to do, and I know that people love to have their books in the background.
Even that looks good, LJ. Honestly, it's a vast improvement.
Yeah, I know that people sometimes they look at people with their books and just like, oh, you know, they showing off at like a library or whatever. I know that it seems to have been a big thing recently where people try to show off their I think it makes
them one hell of a library.
Yeah, it makes them feel like they're kind of intelligent because they've got all these books.
Listen, that looks good. Even your explanation of the cross, I thought it was great. I mean, that's your picture. I think it's great.
And it is this here. If you notice, I've deliberately made this a so it's a human form because I believe that, you know.
Oh, did you do that? Did you put that? Did you make that whole artwork?
Yeah.
Well, then it's great. I love it.
Yeah, I created that.
It looks fantastic, especially your reference to the cross with the glorification. I think that's a fantastic touch.
Yeah. So I've kind of I deliberately put you can't see it, but I just put the glory, the shining within the cross, because as I say to you, I think that the death, burial, and resurrection is all part for me. So I've got the cross, which he died on, but I've also got the tomb where he was dead. And then I've got the glorified, resurrected Jesus.
The shiny part on the right.
This part is the tomb.
Oh.
Yeah. If you have a look there, that's the kind of doorway of the tomb. So
it looks fantastic. I like it a lot.
This part is meant to be the tomb. Is meant to be anyway. That's meant to be obviously the hill, and that's a glorified Jesus. So if you have a look, I don't make images of Jesus with any kind of facial features because nobody knows what he looks like, and I don't want to do that. But I don't mind doing the glorified Jesus, which is meant to represent like a shine of Jesus, and The reason why I've made it so he has kind of like a body is because I don't know what glorified body we're going to have, what it's going to look like. But I do kind of assume, or I've portrayed it as kind of like a humanistic body, but just glorified, shining, bright. And so it isn't a depiction of a human man. He's in the clouds, or supposed meant to be in the clouds. But that's the point: is a glorified Jesus Christ after the death, burial, and resurrection of him becomes this glorified being that now shines, as Acts talks about and Revelation talks about. So I just created this kind of image to make it. Just give myself a background. That was all.
No, I like it. It would be nice if you were a little bit higher in positioned, and then maybe to be able to see the following Jesus, or even if the following Jesus was a bit below you, so you could see the whole picture. Because
that's only because of the way that I've put this.
Oh, there you go. Oh, it's following truth. Oh, there you go. That's cool, dude. I like it.
There you go. So it was only because there's different layouts on the thing that separates it. And
do you know that author that you spoke about? I'm actually going to get all 3 Audible books so I can listen to it, because I'm in the truck and I can listen to it each day and can go through it. It looks like he's got an incredible argument.
You mean Stephen Mayer?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it, actually. It's been a long time since I've read something on, because I listened to that whole discussion you guys had with John.
Baz, if you do want to talk about Sunday, just briefly, you can come back up. I don't mind staying for you to talk about Sunday if you just want to pop back up.
Are you guys having a show on Sunday?
No, he wants. I think it's about the Sabbath, being Christians celebrating Sunday. If you do, feel free to pop back up, Baz, and I'll happily just engage in that if you want. Well,
LJ, I'm going to say good night. Thanks for talking.
Yeah. Go and listen to those audiobooks on Stephen Mayer. He's a fantastic, because you were saying you listened to it.
Yes, I did. I actually have a very unique perspective on, because I actually took the entire script to be able to fully understand a lot of his objections. I had no issue with your reasoning. There's a lot of your reasoning I actually enjoyed. But it's listen, LJ, this topic on God's foreordination or predestination, for me it was probably the biggest question in my life that I felt I needed to get an answer to if I was going to progress and move forward in serving God. And I kind of felt I couldn't unless I got some resolution. So it's something I feel very, 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 very strongly about. And the other thing is on the matter of science, I kind of strongly believe that science is able to lead you to a conclusion that there's a God.
I didn't say that it.
Oh no, I didn't feel you said otherwise.
I wasn't saying.
Oh, not at all. No, that's why I in terms of what you were presenting, I do think there are strong scientific arguments. That's why I'm so looking forward to this book, because look, I've read countless books on creation, evolution, and the arguments for or against. Honestly,
I would say Stephen Mayer is head and shoulders.
I'm looking forward to seeing if it lives up to the hype, but I must tell you, just from the titles, it looks excellent. Yeah. I went onto his website. It looks
I
amazing.
think he's beyond anything anybody else that would possibly be able to. You know, I don't know if you've heard of some of the other ones that Ken Ham and stuff like that. Stephen Mayer is in a level. He's in a level beyond even the likes of like William Lane Craig on this particular thing. It's just he's not in the same league.
Yeah, no, I'm really
I'm
looking
not
forward
saying
to it.
there could be others, but he's the one that I've read, and he's the one that I've come across particularly. So
Well, I look at the reviews on Amazon. I looked at some of the write-ups. It looks amazing. I'm really looking forward to it. It's going to be lovely.
I actually enjoy listening to him. So if you can even just go and listen to his talks, and he's done debates as well, and he discusses with other
Well, his
scientists.
website, if you just take a look at the videos, they're incredible. So there's plenty to go through. It'll keep me occupied for at least a couple of months at least.
Yeah. He's a very intelligent person who's way beyond my level of study on that particular thing, which is why I said, you know, for John to go and read him, because he'll have arguments and answers that I'm not capable of. So
Sure.
Yeah. On that level anyway, you know, on the I certainly haven't studied that kind
You
of.
didn't do badly at all, to be fair.
Yeah, I go in. See, that's the thing as well. You know, I'm not massively studied on that particular topic, and I was still kind of able to kind of give an argument. So what would Stephen Mayer be able to do? You know, so that's why I would recommend doing it, because he's trained and he knows the information. So he's going to be able to do it 100 times better than what I am.
Sure.
Yeah. So enjoy those.
Oh well, okay, my friend. Have a nice evening.
Okay, go.
Thanks for bringing me up, and I'll spot you again. I want to put something together for Freddie, but I don't know. I have such a controversial view, and I'm kind of thinking, you know, like maybe I'm overstaying my welcome on Freddie's show, if you know what I mean.
I don't think it's overstaying your welcome. I think that there's absolutely no problem with you being there. I think it's just the way that you are there.
I'll keep trying. You know, I have very strong views.
We're all trying to progress. It isn't about the views, Gavin. It's not about your views.
You think it's the method? It's how
the
I dish it up.
method of your presentation of the views.
Yeah, I know. I'm very strong. I'll try.
Anyway, thank you very much.
Have a good evening.
It's been enjoyable. So thank you.
See you later.
Yeah.
Nice to see your face. Bye,
Thanks for
LJ.
coming up, Karen. Good night.
Bye.
So, yeah, I'm going to say thank you very much for everybody that's been here, and hopefully you've learned something. Whether you've learned something, or whether you've had things brought to your attention, or things that you disagreed with. These are all good things. We should be studying every day, learning, and trying to come to truth, even if you disagree with the things that are said here. So I appreciate everybody that has spent the time in listening, and I appreciate Clay, Baz, and Gavin for coming up and discussing with me. Even though, as you see, we have different views, but yeah, I appreciate people coming up. So yeah, thank you very much again, Lewis. Thank you very much for the thank you. Yeah, I'm growing. It's hard to obviously present things on your own and try and get the information out in a way that other people might, who haven't particularly studied a topic or don't know information in a way that is easy for them to kind of understand. So yeah, thank you very much for being here. I appreciate everybody that has been. Yeah, I agree. Regardless of what it is, Stutek, we should all be heading for the truth. That is what we should all be searching for. Like I say, whether you agree or disagree with my position on things, these are my studies, these are my beliefs. I don't tell anybody that they have to believe it. I'm just presenting the information that I find and study. And as I really kind of pointed out, I wasn't trying to make an argument of how Christians are to celebrate Easter or when to celebrate that what Jesus told us to do. I really was just focusing on this particular time of the year when Christians are celebrating this Easter festival. Can Christians do it? Is it something that we are able to do, and is it pagan, as some people like to claim? And that's as far as I was trying to present. So I was trying to show that, one, it is not biblical in the sense that there's no command to celebrate on the day of Jesus' death, burial, and resurrection, or the days of. There is, but it is not a pagan festival, and that there is nothing fundamentally wrong with Christians doing so. Actually celebrating our Lord's resurrection, death, burial, and resurrection, which I think are all linked together. Whether there is a greater emphasis on this part, on the resurrection, I still believe that there is fundamentals to this part, and the time that he spent in the grave as well. So for me, they're all kind of linked together, because without that, there is no that. Anyway, I appreciate everybody being here. Thank you again. I've said that quite a few times, but I really do appreciate it. It does mean a lot, and I, whether you agree or disagree. Yeah, so for me, as I already pointed out, if you are going to celebrate the death, burial, and resurrection of Jesus Christ at the time of his death, burial, and resurrection, find out when the Jewish Passover is and celebrate it then. So that's what I would suggest to do. But if you want to celebrate it at this time, then I think I don't see anything fundamentally wrong with it. But I am going to play. I'm going to finish, and I'm going to play out a song that I kind of wrote, but it is an AI production of it. I don't sing and I don't play instruments, so I required, even the tune is not mine. The words are, but the tune and the production is not. I've done it through AI, because I don't know any other way of producing that. Luckily enough, that is something that is now easy to do. So I did ask it to do it in a certain style, so it is in a slightly country style. So I hope you enjoy it. All the songs that I have written, which mainly have come from kind of poems that in times that I've written. So hopefully, if you enjoy it, give it a thumbs up. Like this stream. Subscribe if you would like to. You'll be kept up to date when I go live, and you can come and disagree with me or agree with me, whichever one you actually do. Like I say, I'm only presenting the information that I've studied. So if you like the songs, they're all available on my YouTube. So I will say good night and appreciate everybody being here. If you are celebrating Easter, then have a happy Easter, if that's the correct terminology to use. If not, then have a great weekend instead.
I was lost in the shadow, couldn't find my way. Every road felt empty, every night turned gray. But you carried the burden, you paid the cost. Oh, Jesus, my Savior, thank you for the cross. Thank you for the cross, for the nails, for the pain, for the love that poured out like a cleansing rain. You trusted in the Father, so I'd never be lost. Oh, Jesus, my Redeemer, thank you for the cross. The thorns on your brow, the spear in your side, the weight of my sin you didn't hide. You walked up that hill where mercy was taught. Oh, Jesus, my Savior, thank you for the cross. The blood that ran, it washed me clean. A grace so pure, a love unseen. Thank you for the cross, for the nails, for the pain, for the love that poured out like a cleansing rain. You trust